Chapter 516, The Other Incarnations. While inside his golden chariot and heading to the next great thousand world, Wang Wei closed his eyes to check the progress of the space-time incarnation. "Oh, already in the void-shattering realm," he muttered. Because of the time acceleration formation, in the short few hundred years that passed in the myriad emperor world, 15,000 years had passed in that world. And in that period, the incarnation had become a void-shattering realm cultivator. However, his life has not been easy. The first fortunate encounter Wang Wei left for him without any trouble was a basic martial art technique that allowed him to strengthen his body. However, this technique would barely enable him to survive in the hands of demonic beasts in the first layer of body refining. Despite this, the space-time incarnation did not give up as he slowly began to hunt the other fortunate encounters in the mountain. He would use traps, poisons, and strategies to kill anyone who stood in his way. And during most of his encounters, he would end up in a battered state or on the verge of death. But he never gave up and persisted. As such, it took him 2 months to get the final reward, a jade cordyceps. It was a quasi-emperor tier spiritual herb that washed away a person's body and increased their talents. And the primary purpose of this herb is to grant people a leakless body and allow them to cultivate. In these 2 months, the incarnation tempered his willpower, state of mind, and Tao heart. Regrettably, this was the end of the incarnation's suffering. He soon realized that he was a person with zero to little luck. And in the world of cultivation, Qi luck is sometimes way more important than talent or the ability to cultivate. What's more, he seemed to be cursed with misfortune. So, the incarnation began to befriend people he deemed to have higher Qi luck to benefit from them. Although he suffered a lot of humiliation, as many of these arrogant geniuses would look down, scold, or even beat him down, he did not mind. Some were quite nice, became friends, and even helped him occasionally. Of course, the incarnation did not do this because of resources and such a thing. No, his only purpose was to use these people to understand the concept of Qi luck and develop a way to counter his bad luck. Regrettably, this method soon proved useless since Wang Wei was the one who placed the curse on him. Without knowing this fact, the incarnation concluded that his lousy luck resulted from his transmigration and the price he had to pay. So, he decided to become stronger to deal with it in the future or reach the point where no one could threaten him. So he started gathering the resources he needed with his map, since it was his cheat/golden finger. Unfortunately, every time he tried to gather some of these fortunate encounters, something would occur where some powerful sect would also discover them at the same time. So, he had to fight these powerful sects every time he wanted some resources. And these sects were shameless, since they had no scruple about using higher realm cultivators to bully the incarnation or using their large number to besiege him. In addition to the fact that Wang Wei also gave the incarnation a spiritual hint to not temper his body, the latter spent most of his cultivation time running away from these sects or trying to break through their encirclement. As Wang Wei relieved the life of the space-time incarnation, he felt a slight sublimation of his state of mind and Tao heart. Having to experience another life was genuinely beneficial to his cultivating journey. Is this what would be if fate did not grant me a high background, a lot of resources, or any Qi luck whatsoever? The environment is very significant to cultivators, along with their innate conditions. So, in some ways, I owe fate a lot for many of my accomplishments. After muttering these words, Tao Rhyme flashed across Wang Wei's body as he entered a state of epiphany to deepen his understanding of fate. The process lasted for an hour before he woke up. His lost seed shone brightly and became more vivid as more Tao rhymes belonging to fate appeared on it. After waking up, Wang Wei looked at the space-time incarnation and muttered, "It's about time to start cultivating the fleshly body." The incarnation is very close to entering the saint realm. By then, with his ability to fight one realm above his strength, very few people could pose a threat to him in that world. By then, all the sects chasing after him will suffer a catastrophe of destruction, and the curse will have little to no effect on him. So, the incarnation can start tempering his body. Wang Wei had already left a secret realm with all the resources needed to temper his body to condense all the millions of black holes. Wang Wei stopped checking on the space-time incarnation and focused on the free will incarnation. After refining him into an incarnation, Zhun Chao had turned into Wang Wei's facial features and built, just like the space-time incarnation. This incarnation was already in the Saint realm and condensed 20 black holes inside its acupoints. It was easier to cultivate than the others since Zhun Chao was in a realm similar to the Saint realm in another cultivation system. Furthermore, his fleshly body was already powerful, so Wang Wei did not have to worry about the early stages of body tempering. He only had to make up for the deficiency he noticed and absorb the innate materials. One thing Wang Wei noticed was that this incarnation awakened the same divine ability he did from the ancient desolate body scripture at each stage. He did not have to understand other concepts at the blood-tempering stage since the power of nothingness appeared on him. Wang Wei was slightly disappointed despite expecting this outcome. He was expecting new divine abilities and even new innate talents. Additionally, he expects similar things to happen to the other incarnations with a slight chance that they would be different. He closed his eyes to try to borrow the power of the free will incarnation and immediately felt a slight pain in his lost seed because of the conflict between the Tao of Fate and the Tao of Freedom. He stopped before trying to borrow the power of the space-time incarnation and felt succeeded. He felt his understanding and use of space-time laws drastically improved. The yin-yang incarnation is more important than I thought. Wang Wei expected this outcome. So the yin-yang one was the third incarnation to come to life. Not long afterward, he arrived at the chosen world for the incarnation. He repeated the same process for the space-time incarnation and sealed heavenly Tao before placing a time acceleration formation on the entire world. Then, he chose the people to become his incarnation. For this world, he chose two people, twins, one girl and one boy. An accident separated these twins at birth, leading them to two different paths. A wealthy family adopted the girl, so she grew up living a life of luxury, full of warmth. She was exceptionally talented, and because of her environment, she became a chivalrous person. Her goal after starting to cultivate is to help people in need. Meanwhile, her brother, whom she did not even know existed, lived a life of misery. He had to beg on the street to survive, not having any love or companionship. Furthermore, at the age of 10, he was captured and sold to become a slave for mining. He had zero cultivation talent, and his heart was full of hatred for the world. Wang Wei placed the incarnation orb into the dirty's child body and watched him turn into his face. And, just like previously, he watched his confusion as he realized he had just reincarnated from Earth. Heaven-devouring system? Yes, this world should pay for what it did to me, said the Yang incarnation after fusing the memories of Wang Wei's life back on Earth and this child. The real Wang Wei teleported away before placing the other orb into the other twin. Am reincarnated? Great, I knew I would one day be a protagonist. Why is my chest so heavy? After checking, Wang Hua's face became ugly as she rushed to find mirror. She looked at her beautiful face, her large breasts, and curve. Am a woman? No. He spent the next few hours freaking out before calming down. At least I'm beautiful, he comforted himself. Since this world has cultivation, are there techniques like the sunflower method to reverse yin and yang? This might be my best chance. Meanwhile, the real Wang Wei was laughing uncontrollably as he watched this. Luckily, he placed a barrier around him, or the whole world would have heard his uncontrollable laughter. He took a deep breath to calm down and looked at his yin incarnation. He had to admit, the female version of him was truly beautiful, even more so than his wife. And it had gray-colored hair like him, and she would be even more divine. I cannot wait to see the yin-yang clash between you two, the clash of good and evil, poor and the rich, day and night, the immortal and the devil. Unfortunately, in the end, your fate is destined to become one. As for the yin incarnation's desire to turn back to a man, he would not intervene, as such an accomplishment would deepen his understanding of yin and yang. Of course, he would not make it easy as well. As for the fact that one of his incarnations was a woman, he also did not care. As a person who pursues ultimate freedom, he should not be shackled by things like gender or sex. The next incarnation was luck. For this one, Wang Wei placed a unique formation around the world to bless this incarnation with the utmost luck possible. This incarnation could just be shopping, and a Saint Tier treasure will fall from the sky in his hand. He wanted to know what kind of man he would be if everything were handed to him. What if he could acquire everything in life without working for it? The fifth incarnation was karma, and this one was also special. Wang Wei granted him a physique that could attract karma. He was burdened by positive and negative karma everywhere this incarnation went. For example, even if he buys a piece of bread from a vendor, he will form some karma to that vendor that he has to pay. He could accidentally step on an ant and form negative karma with it, leading to it becoming a demonic beast and returning to avenge the karma. With such a physique, this incarnation's every move in his cultivation journey will be a hassle or nuisance, and he has to ponder them deeply. Otherwise, he will be buried under the weight of the world's karma. The sixth incarnation is order and disorder. This one has to start from a low thousand world and ascend to the great thousand world. And every time he reaches the peak of a world, he has a mission to accomplish before ascending. The seventh incarnation is life and death, samsara. This one is normal, with only a specific mission like the others. The eighth incarnation is destiny, and also a normal one, except he had a book of destiny in his sea of consciousness with blank pages that he had to write. Wang Wei dropped all these incarnations into different worlds he divined that were perfect for their growth. Then, he left the resources he gathered from the sect and his wife to 5 of them. As for the remaining ones, he did not even set up time acceleration formation in their world, since he did not want them to catch up to his cultivation or surpass him, since they did not have the proper resources to temper their bodies. Finally, Wang Wei headed to another world for the 9th incarnation, fate. However, he had a feeling that something would go wrong. Chapter 517 Overlord's Luck. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei did not waste any time. He summoned the great Thousand Worlds River of Fate and entered. Then, he took out the Fate Law fruit, and using it, he started gathering the power of fate to condense what looked like a fetus. A few hours later, the fetus changed into Wang Wei's face and build, growing into a teenager about 16. Wang Wei looked at his sleeping incarnation, and his eyes turned completely gray, with noticeable strings flashing across them. It took him a few minutes before sighing loudly, full of disappointment. "I knew it. In the 9th incarnation," he muttered. Based on his calculation, his real body was the real 9th incarnation, or the first if he wanted to be technical. As for this one he created, he technically could not fuse with him after reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm as part of the incarnation. And if this clone also cultivated the ancient desolate body refining scripture, Wang Wei knew he would explode and die if he tried to fuse with it along with the other clones. In other words, he could only have 8 incarnations, plus himself, for a total of 9. 9 is the extreme, he muttered with a wry smile as a shoddy attempt at reaching the power of 10 incarnations failed. He took a few seconds to compose himself since he had already expected this. Furthermore, it was not as if the fate incarnation was useless. Having another clone help him understand the law of fate will help him achieve a golden law tree like Dtion or come close to it. Clone techniques that can help cultivators increase their understanding are valuable in the Myriad Emperor world and across all world communities. And that is because most clone techniques cannot do this. Otherwise, a person like Suyu would be terrifying. When it comes to her scripture, Wang Wei believed it could help with comprehension, but not all her clones were functional. A large portion of them should be useful, while most were useless. So, Suyu would have been quite the competitor once she reached the void-shattering realm. Wang Wei also wanted to use a large number of clones for his comprehension. Unfortunately, There are restrictions from heaven and earth for these techniques for people with high-quality souls like himself. Luckily, his spirit particles and future Buddha self are more than enough for him. He looked at the Fate incarnation one last time before leaving. This incarnation's purpose will be to comprehend the law of fate. Wang Wei connected the incarnation's soul to the river of fate to grant it a long lifespan, at the price of not being able to cultivate and never leaving the river of fate. As such, it will spend all its life comprehending laws for him. After ensuring everything was normal, Wang Wei hopped inside his golden chariot and returned home. He had been traveling in the endless void for more than a month. On his journey home, he sensed something nearby, so he changed direction, and after traveling for a while, he discovered a great thousand world. Feeling the excitement of his Chi luck dragon, he used his divine sense to look inside that world. As soon as he entered, he sensed something not far away where he saw a powerful sect. All the disciples and elders seemed to be on guard and activated the sect's protecting formation. It took Wang Wei a few minutes to find the flaws in the many supreme tier arrays before seeing what the fuss was about. In one of the mountains, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged with closed eyes. A strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and his face contorted with immense pain. His face was pale, and sweats kept dropping from his forehead. After secretly observing for a while, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he understood what was happening. This person was attempting to subdue this world's heavenly Tao with his willpower to force it to condense a Tao source seed for him. In other words, he was trying to become a Tao ancestor. It seems like he is not going to make it, thought Wang Wei. Then, an idea came to his mind. He controlled his divine sense to contact this person without disturbing his concentration. This task required great control of the soul and spiritual power. "Hello, fellow Taoist," said Wang Wei after entering this man's sea of consciousness, where he saw his primordial spirit sitting in the same position as him, fighting a cloud-like entity. "Hello, how can I help you, fellow Taoist?" replied Taoist Red Cloud, who immediately realized something was wrong. Not only did this person invade his sea of consciousness without noticing, but he could also talk to him without affecting his focus on the battle against heavenly Tao. "There is no need to be on guard," replied Wang Wei. "I will be succinct. I come to make a deal with you." Taoist Red Cloud rapidly assessed the situation. Even at his peak, he might not be the opponent of this person, and in his current situation, he was vulnerable to the slightest disturbance. So, it would be best to be prudent in dealing with the situation. Furthermore, this person was kind enough to use a method that would not disturb him, so he should reciprocate the same level of respect. "Please elaborate, fellow Taoist. Do you have any innate treasures of the 5 elements, healing properties, or ores? Please answer truthfully." Taoist Red Cloud briefly pondered before saying, "I have 2 innate herbs of the 5 elements and 1 of the shadow element. These 3 herbs are one of the main reasons he could reach the current step and are thus considered his greatest secret." Nevertheless, he went on a whim and decided to tell the truth. "Excellent," Wang Wei replied with a smile. "I will help you with your current tribulation, but I want the herbs in exchange." Taoist Red Cloud immediately frowned. "Fellow Taoist, it's not that I don't want to, but there is no way for foreign aid in my current situation." Wang Wei did not say anything further before raising his hand. He accessed a small portion of his willpower and condensed it into an amulet. He then removed his imprints and connection to it, along with all his karmic connections. When Taoist Red Cloud saw the talisman, his eyes lit up as he understood how this cultivator could help him. By absorbing this talisman, his willpower will be momentarily boosted, thus granting him the strength to conquer heavenly Tao and pass the Tao ancestor tribulation. Thinking about how immortality was so close to him, Taoist Red Cloud instantly became excited to the point of losing control. Luckily, he is a man with a high enough state of mind, so he quickly controlled himself. Wang Wei secretly nodded his head after seeing this. Heavenly Tao will assess their Tao heart, cultivation, and state of mind for any true monarchs trying to become Tao ancestors in the lower realm. If someone does not meet the requirements, the willpower tribulation will not even appear. "I accept your deal," said Taoist Red Cloud after briefly pondering. He waved his hand, and 3 glowing herbs appeared in the sea of consciousness. And without saying anything else, he gave them to Wang Wei. Admiring the latter's trust, Wang Wei gave him the talisman without doing anything sneaky. Red Cloud did not hesitate to absorb the talisman, and he immediately felt the boost in his willpower. Since this boost came in the form of a treasure, it is technically counted as using foreign aid like treasure, so it was acceptable for the tribulation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei opened his eyes in the golden chariot to look at the 3 herbs in front of him. Is this what it feels like to be a Tao overlord? It's better than I anticipated. With these 2 elemental herbs, he was now only short of 8 other innate treasure for another incarnation. As for the shadow herb, it was perfect for Wang Ju to become his shadow. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei activated the golden chariot to its full strength to rush home. He did not want to stay here in case this Taoist suddenly changed his mind after becoming a Tao ancestor. A few minutes later, he finally arrived home and entered the myriad emperor world. Unfortunately for him, the moment he arrived, something occurred. The clouds above him changed by turning red. "Immortal annihilation, thunder," muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. Then, his face became ugly as he calculated what was going on. His action broke some rules by intervening in another person's immortal tribulation. So, Heavenly Tao is going to punish him. According to his divination, Wang Wei knew if he were not now a fateless, his action would have brought out the divine punishment thunder instead of the immortal annihilation thunder, which was reserved for immortal tier cultivators. Wang Wei acted quickly and took out a talisman from his space ring. "Ancestor Wuching, save me." He then relaxed after sending the talisman. "Luck is truly a double-edged sword," Wang Wei muttered. When the first red lightning bolt descended from the sky, an enormous hand covering the entire domain came out of nowhere to block it. As Wang Wei looked at the hand, he could not help but shake his head. The domain he was in was small, but it was the size of a couple of dozens of galaxies by the standard of Earth from his previous life. But now a hand was the same size. Sometimes, Wang Wei has to shake his head at how absurd the cultivation world can be. Common sense and logic seemed to be a joke to them. A few minutes later, the sky returned to normal, and Wang Wuching appeared in front of the chariot. "Kid, you know how to make trouble. What exactly did you do this time?" Wang Wei put away his chariot before answering. "I only helped someone pass their Tao ancestor trial." "Well, I think you should pass." Wang Wuching gave him a strange look. "Kid, do you not realize how serious it is to have such an ability?" Wang Wei pondered for a moment. "I see. Most emperors, even eternals, have a limit to the number of immortal powerhouses they can create. But with this method, I can theoretically surpass this limit and even ignore it as long as I can withstand the backlash. It's good that you understand." "Well, it doesn't matter." "Oh, why?" "If my plans succeed, after becoming an emperor, immortal tier powerhouses will become extremely common in the myriad emperor world." Chapter 518, Sword 1. Wang Wuching squinted his eyes as he remembered someone reporting this kid's plans to him. However, it was not fully detailed, so he did not know how to accomplish such a feat. "Big words, kid. So, how exactly are you going to do such a thing?" Wang Wei smiled before using his divine sense to communicate his plans. Wang Wuching became more serious the more he listened. "Your plan might work, but are you prepared to be the enemy of the entire endless void?" "It won't be that bad," replied Wang Wei. "I'm sure I can convince many people to be on my side, and everyone can benefit." Wang Wuching shook his head. "You give cultivators too much credit. Most worlds are xenophobic, including great emperors, so they won't let outsiders intervene in their plane, even if it benefits them. So, I must take into account greater resistance," dully noted. "As long you understand," replied Wang Wuching before disappearing, making Wang Weiss' mouth twitch. "You could have given me a ride home," he muttered before also teleporting home. Back in his secret realm, as soon as Wang Wucheng arrived, the voice asked him, what did he do this time? So, Wang Wucheng explained the situation. This kid is like a gift that keeps on giving. The voice knew what this ability meant for any sect. If a true monarch meets the requirement, the sect can send them to the lower realm to take the Tao ancestor tribulation, and Wang Wei can help them pass the trial. This method will continue to be effective if he can withstand the backlash, or maybe until true heavenly Tao intervenes. Do you think we should ask him to test it out now? The voice asked. Cultivators in their realm cannot intervene in another person's tribulation, or their punishment will come directly from true heavenly Tao. And one of the reasons Wang Wei can achieve such a feat is his unnatural willpower and his status as a fateless, which shield him greatly from heavenly Tao's detection and punishment. No, replied Wang Wucheng. If you're worried about his safety, we will protect him at all costs. We don't know whether doing so will have any negative effects, and it's not wise to risk a few more Tao ancestors for a possible eternal emperor. Indeed, muttered the voice. If their actions negatively affected the kid before the heaven will battle, the benefit would not be worth it. Plus, the kid is far more valuable and cunning than we expected, added Wang Wucheng before explaining the plan Wang Wei had told him about. The voice became silent for a few minutes. In that case, we need to prepare in advance to give us a head start. Wang Wucheng frowned. What are you worried about? The other sections. I'm not following. I've observed this kid, and he is a little too open-minded. I wish he were a little more selfish. Are you worried you will give the other sects a chance to compete with us? Yes, as long as we prepare in advance, we will benefit most. Wang Wucheng shook his head. If his plan were to succeed, he would need to display a certain level of impartiality, especially to leave a precedent for future emperors. However, that's only on the surface. The kid will take good care of us. You're probably right, but there is nothing wrong with being a little cautious. Wang Wucheng did not say anything more since he knew this was how that person operated. The sect has survived many catastrophes without injuring the foundation and even thrived because of their cautions. Since the kid has shown its value, we should do the same, said the voice. Do you want to give him more resources for his incarnations? There is no need. Oh, why not? As our future leader, we have tested this kid in most categories, and he has far surpassed our requirements. We could not even grade him with some criteria because of how excellent he was. However, we never tested his ability to gather resources. I think this is a great opportunity. You want to copy the ancient clans method? The voice asked. The ancient clans and some emperor lineages have other ways to test their heaven chosen. They would send their genius out of the sect after they reach the age of cultivation. These geniuses can only return to the sect after reaching a specific cultivation realm, usually the supernatural or divine body realm. During this time of their cultivation, these heaven chosens have to find resources for themselves, relying on their luck, intelligence, commerce, joining other sects, or even robbing others. The clans only provided them with cultivation techniques and a Tao protector. In some factions, even cultivation techniques will not be provided. The factions do this as a way to temper these heaven chosens. Or at least some of them do. The ancient clans mainly do this because of their lack of resources. Most of the ancient clans' branch members are the ones sent out to the world to acquire resources, but the main members chosen as potential heaven chosens will be cultivated by the clan's resources. Yes, something similar, replied Wang Wucheng. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble. CM, that's fine. But I feel we still have to reward him with something. I remember his father once reported to me that he asked if the sect has the great emperor's blood. Emperor's blood? We ran out a long time ago. That's unfortunate. In that case, he'll ask Sword One if she could get some for him. Sword One likes to dote on the talented younger generation, unlike Origin One, who is more strict and responsible for his duties. The only downside is she has strict requirements. In the past few generations, only Wang Tian received her aid in the form of instruction through his dream. He owed her a lot of his achievements in the Tao of the Sword. The voice disappeared before traveling to another secret realm of the sect. It was a world where the earth The clouds, the air, the grass, the trees, and everything in existence were made of swords. At the very center of this secret realm lay a coffin with 2 swords inserted into it. "Sir, I have something to report." A few seconds later, a melodious voice responded. "What is it this time?" Then the voice explained everything about Wang Wei's recent events, plans for the future, and requests for Emperor's blood. A hand as white as jade pushed out the coffin before a slightly voluptuous woman walked out. A single glance, and people would immediately think she was an unparalleled beauty. Unfortunately, they would not be able to know for sure as she had a plain silver mask on, which made people wonder what she was hiding. Her beauty, some sort of deformation, or was she just a woman of many secrets? Sword One had heard of this junior from the recent world collision and planned to contact him if he passed his outlaw trial. She looked into the distance, her eyes ignoring the concept of space itself. She saw Wang Wei having dinner with his family. The Nine Extremity Foundation? This thing is real? Sword One could not believe such a thing was real, and she even found someone trying to accomplish it. There seems to be another one. She looked in the Western continent, where she saw Di Tian cultivating inside the seal. This one already succeeded. Sai, this generation is something else. "Sir, what is your decision?" asked the voice. "They'll go to the endless void to get the blood for him. Even better, they'll see if I can find an emperor who cultivates the Tao of fate or some aspect of it. Most aspects of fate are outlaw Daos, so I doubt you'll find something. Any person who can cultivate outlaw Daos to the Emperor realm is not an ordinary person, and the chances of any of them staying in the lower dimension are close to none. I know, so my goal is those people who cultivate Fate Dao as their secondary Daos, not their main ones. It is common for emperors and Dao ancestors to cultivate a secondary Grand Dao source after proving the Dao, but there are restrictions between the primary and secondary Dao. Even then, it should be rare," commented the voice. "If I don't find what I want, I'll go into the Dao burial ground." "Sir, isn't that too dangerous?" "They'll act swiftly and behead a third-class emperor before the others react. It should be fine." The voice was momentarily speechless. What if the eternal emperors decide to counterattack? These rats know better not to intervene in a generation where a glorious age is occurring. Plus, they would not dare to come out with that kid's wife present. The voice understood why she wanted to take the risk. It was a calculated move. "Even so, as I said, I will look in the endless void first," said Sword One. "Sir, can I ask something? Are you wondering why I'm going to such length?" "Yes. Everyone knows a new era is coming. But based on what you told me, I hope this kid is the one who began this era. In his hand, it might be the greatest time of prosperity the myriad emperor world has ever seen. No, maybe even the entire endless void." The voice did not know what to say. He did not expect such a high evaluation for the kid, but he did not doubt Sword One's words. As one of the sect's oldest and most powerful cultivators, as someone who has lived since the ancient emperor era, her vision and experience is not something he can compare. "All right, I'm leaving. Tell Origin One to keep things safe for me." After saying that, she took the 2 swords from her coffin before disappearing. And as soon as she did so, many ancient existences sleeping or hiding in the myriad emperor world detected it and wondered what this madwoman would do. Nevertheless, a lot of them prayed her target was not them. Chapter 519. Devil Whisper. Wang Wei had dinner with his family before preparing to relax in the next few days, waiting for the opening of the secret realm he divined would help him in his resources gathering. Then, he took out a special jug from his space ring, and immediately after opening it, an enchanting wine smell spread out from his mountain throughout the entire sect. Many disciples and elders looked in his direction while swallowing their saliva. They could feel that this wine would be delicious and highly beneficial for cultivation. Wang Wei took a sip before closing his eyes in intoxication. After a few sips, he could feel his gourmet cell talent activated and his fleshly Buddhist strength increased by 5 dragon force. He used state-of-the-art modern technology to brew this wine before adding innate qi in the final process. Then he used the innate time treasure to age this wine by at least 250,000 years. Not bad, but let's wait how you will taste after 500,000 years and more. He looked in the distance to see Li Jun flying over to his mountain and waving his hand to activate the mountain's formation. He won't share it with anyone today. Ignoring Li Jun's cry of unfairness or his attempt to contact him through a talisman, Wang Wei took a few more sips and increased his fleshly Bodhi's power. Then, when he prepared to put the wine away, he suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He activated his soul network divine ability and went straight to the martial supreme world community. Did I find something? Finally! Wang Wei has been using his ability to search for people in the martial supreme world who could give him a few more innate treasures. He targeted people from an emperor lineage since they are more likely to access such a treasure level. His focus was not on heaven-chosens, but on people who failed to acquire the position. The only downside is he has to wait for these people to leave the confinement of their sect, since his ability cannot access their souls when protected by immortal tier arrays. Inside the mind palace that he created for the soul network ability, he focused on a particular soul. Song Jinyuan, second son of the Song family, a martial art clan with 4 great emperors. He previously lost the title of first son to an unparalleled genius that appeared from the branch clan. Nevertheless, he refuses to accept defeat and constantly challenges the first son. But after too many defeats, the latter has become his heart demon. Perfect. Where is this? Muttered Song Jinyuan as he looked around with vigilance. One moment he was waiting for the beginning of the Sword City Martial Art Conference. The next, his soul was forcibly called to this place. He looked around to notice he was in this dark place, sitting on a cushion with an older man sitting opposite him. He immediately frowned as he could not detect any aura or cultivation from the man opposite him. However, since the latter could draw his soul into this place under the nose of his Tao protector and the city lord of Sword City, he might be an immortal powerhouse, or at the very least, a quasi-emperor. Junior Song Jinyuan has seen Senior. Calm and collected. Not bad, replied Wang Wei in an old-fashioned way of speaking, as if seizing out a junior. I won't beat around the bush. Do you want to beat Song Dushing? Senior, what do you mean? I will temporarily give you the power to defeat him. Song Jinyuan frowned before hesitating. Senior, what do you want from this junior? It's good to talk to smart people. I want innate spiritual herbs. Song Jinyuan looked shocked. He did not expect this senior to be so straightforward. Hey lad, you don't understand how hard it is for us loose immortal cultivators. Without background, we must find our own resources, Wang Wei said with a sad sigh. A look of understanding flashed across Song Jinyuan's face. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. Senior, I know you cannot access innate resources as the second son. Song Jinyuan clenched his fists after hearing this. Hey race, what will do? I will lend 3 of them to you. Then you challenge the first son for 3 innate treasures as a bargaining price. After you use my power to defeat him, you will return them. I accept, said Song Jinyuan without hesitation. Oh, don't you want to think it over for a while? I don't mind waiting. No need. He did think of buying some time to tell his family about this encounter, especially since the latter is nothing but a loose cultivator. However, he decided otherwise after thinking about how even the immortal supreme elders in the clan are now on Song Dushing's side. All that matters is to defeat his enemy and deal with the current heart demon. Excellent. Sign the contract, and we can begin. Song Jinyuan was not surprised he needed to have some restrictions placed on him. So, he read every detail of the contract before signing it with his soul. How do you want to defeat Song Dushing? Senior, what do you mean? Do you want to use an invincible power and defeat him with one punch? Or have a hearty battle with him before defeating him at the last minute? Better yet, suppress him throughout the entire battle. Song Jinyuan instinctively wanted to choose the first option, but he realized that doing so would invite more questions from his family. So, he decided to select the second one. However, thinking about all the misery and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years, he said, I choose the third option. Wang Wei smiled before waving his hand to condense two things, a talisman and a drop of blood. Senior, this is? Both will give you the power to defeat your opponent. If you choose the talisman, your family will know it was the result of outside aid. They will label your victory as the result of a fortunate encounter. However, if you choose the blood and absorb it, they will think it is your strength. Song Jinyana clenched his teeth. He knew the correct answer was the talisman, but he could not remove his eyes from the blood. I choose the blood. Young lad, think wisely. The power is only temporarily. Senior, I have made my choice. As you wish. The blood drop floated before him, and Song Jinyana swallowed it. Senior, can I only use the power one time? That's correct. Could you make it so I can use it multiple times? Why? Song Dushing will participate in the upcoming martial art conference, and I want to defeat him in front of everyone during the final. However, I know I don't have the strength to reach the final, while he has a great chance. I see. I will allow the blood to release some power whenever you face an opponent beyond your means. This should allow you to reach the final. Wang Wei paused before waving his hand and condensing another talisman. This is a luck manipulation talisman. Wearing it will prevent you from meeting Song Dushing before the final. It will even allow all the most powerful competitors to meet in advance, forcing them to eliminate one another. Song Jinyuan excitedly took the talisman before bowing to the senior and leaving this space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the residence allocated to the Song clan. He sensed the power rushing through his veins and felt intoxicated for a moment. Song Dasheng, you wait for me. Then, Song Jinyuan watched the competition unfold with awe. All the famous Heaven Chosens or seeded player of this competition would miraculously pick each other as opponents. Meanwhile, he and Song Dasheng would also pick powerful opponents, but not ones they could not defeat after some efforts. Then, the two finally reached the final, which surprised all the older generations watching. According to the plan, Song Jinyuan taunted his opponent before asking to raise the stake for 3 innate treasures. Song Dasheng, with the utmost confidence in himself, readily accepted the offer and even signed the contract. Then, Song Jinyuan maltreated him during this fight. With a drop of blood containing 70% of Wang Wei's strength, he gave his opponent a beating he would never forget in his entire life. Song Jinyuan gave back all the pain and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years. If a Song clan elder did not remind him, he might have tried to kill Song Dasheng. After winning the competition, Song Jinyuan received his prize before his clan's elder interrogated him about his sudden strength gain. He only said he had a fortunate encounter recently that improved his strength. No one doubted him, as this was common. Although the strength gain was quite significant, it was not out of the realm of acceptance. Then, a slight issue arose about the 3 innate treasures that Song Dasheng promised. A few elders argued there was no need to abide by the agreement, since this was a battle between juniors. However, under Song Jinyuan's insistence and threatening to destroy Song Dasheng's soul, according to the contract, the clan finally agreed. Of course, the main reason for his success is that some of the elders who did not like that a branch member was this generation's Heaven Chosen intervened and took his side. Senior, here are the innate treasures. Wang Wei smiled before receiving his reward. He checked the 3 new ones. 2 of them could be used to temper his incarnation's skin and muscle. However, the 3rd one was of the thunder attribute. It doesn't matter. I can exchange with the sect for one of the 5 elements. You seem distraught. What's the issue? Asked Wang Wei. I think some of the Supreme Elders are suspicious of my strength. Senior, please help me? Wang Wei frowned slightly after hearing this. He did not think his method could hide from an immortal powerhouse. However, he also understood the concept of returning customers. As such, although he could abandon Song Jinyuan since he already got what he wanted, it could come in handy in the future to help him now. All right, I'll help you one last time. He gave him another drop of blood, which would temporarily fuse with his body and make it look as if Song Jinyuan had acquired a new bloodline, hence the reason for his sudden strength gain. Then, he took out the talisman Wu Hong gave him and used his power to seal and remove any trace that this power was foreign or artificial. So, even if a Tao ancestor checked Song Jinyuan's body, they would not find anything abnormal. Remember, the blood will disappear after your Supreme Elder check. Song Jinyuan nodded, albeit his face was full of disappointment. After bowing, he exited the space. Chapter 5:20 Chat. Group Wang Wei looked at the innate treasures in his hand and a smile. He decided to use this scheme one more time before stopping. After all, the Martial Supreme world was a heaven-will world. He knew some beings could detect his actions if he continued. While I wait for the customer to return, let's begin with Plan B. He activated his soul network ability again and searched for Sons of Destiny in the Martial Supreme world. Unfortunately, based on his divination, there might not be one. It was understandable, as most Sons of Destiny appeared once a world was in great danger. The ones with this title, without accomplishing anything in return, are scarce. So, after searching for a few days, Wang Wei decided to take another approach. He searched for individuals with high cultivation talent, willpower, and a decent state of mind, but whose luck was terrible. In the world of cultivation, more often than not, luck is more important than even talent. Someone might be talented, but because of their poor luck, they are never discovered by a cultivation sect or faction. Or even after starting cultivation, they encountered a battle between true monarchs and died while going out for the first time outside the sect. Most sects will not give all their resources to someone. So without fortunate encounters, these types of people cannot cultivate peacefully. In most heaven-will worlds, Emperor lineage, Supreme Land, and even Holy Lands will not accept disciples with poor chi luck, no matter how talented they are, unless the sect is willing to go to extreme lengths to reverse that disciple's fate. After a few hours of searching, Wang Wei found many individuals, but he picked 5, each from a different Great Thousand World. Then, he summoned them to the Mind Palace. An older man with a slight medicinal herb scent appeared in a gray space. Although confused, his years of experience made him quickly calm down before assessing the situation. He found himself sitting on a table with a label, "The Doctor." He frowned slightly before looking around and noticing 4 other people who appeared as confused as him, despite a few trying to hide it. He looked at the label before each of them: the Butcher, the Scholar, the Mad King, and the Assassin. The Doctor could analyze some information just by these names or titles. The room remained quiet for a few minutes, as everyone secretly observed one another. However, he decided it would be best to ask questions to figure out what was happening. Nevertheless, before he could say anything, he sensed something as he detected another presence. It was a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. And the moment the Doctor laid eyes on him, he seemed to have witnessed his fate and the fate of his entire world. But upon closer look, it was as if nothing occurred. "Welcome. You can call me the Lord of Destiny. If any of you do not wish to be here, you can say so, and I will return you to where you came from." No one said anything, but looked at each other. "Sir Immortal, I mean Lord of Destiny, can you first tell us why we are here?" The Doctor asked with great courage. "No problem. All of you here are people born with great talent, wisdom, willpower, and even cultivated a decent state of mind. Unfortunately, fate did not favor you and did not bless you with any luck. So, you're destined to be ordinary mortals your entire life." The others remained calm, but the Mad King and the Butcher reacted. The latter clenched his hands tightly underneath his chair, while the Mad King looked at Wang Wei with uncontrollable madness in his eyes. "As you can expect, I will give you a chance to change your fate. However, nothing is free in this world. If you accept my offer, know you will immediately owe me 2 innate treasures." "Sir, what if we refuse?" asked the Doctor. "I will send you out without any memories of today's encounter." Everyone remained quiet, thinking about their decision. "I have a more important question, sir. What is an innate treasure?" asked the Scholar. "I forgot, most of you don't know anything about the cultivation world." Wang Wei snapped his finger, and basic knowledge of cultivation appeared in their minds, including the cultivation realms, the classification of treasures, pills, talismans, and arrays, and even the classification of worlds. With this knowledge, these five finally understood how high of debt they would undertake. There's the possibility that their entire world did not have a single innate treasure. "I agree," said the Mad King, without hesitation. "Me as well," added the butcher. Then, the remaining three accepted the offer after a few minutes of pondering. "Excellent," commented Wang Wei before waving his hand to hand each of them a contract. And after they signed it, he smiled before giving them a booklet. "The core issue that you all face is the lack of luck. This luck-stealing art is a secret technique that will allow you to steal the luck of others to supplement yours." After hearing this, the doctor and the scholar frowned, while the others tried to hide their excitement. "Sir, do we have to steal other people's luck?" asked the doctor. He has spent his entire life treating people and does not want to harm anyone if he does not have to. "Yes," replied Wang Wei. "The cultivation world is cruel. If you do not step on others, they will step on you. Now, if you have reservations about using this technique, you can always target criminals. I will warn you, this technique will eventually create a backlash from Heavenly Tao. So, be on the lookout for that, and ask for help when necessary." With Wang Wei's understanding of the laws of luck, he realized one of the reasons for Zhou Shu's death back in the heavenly profound continent was the backlash of forcefully becoming the son of destiny. Second warning, this technique is free, but from now on, all techniques or resources exchanged from this place will require karma points, which you can acquire by exchanging resources and techniques from your homeworld. Wang Wei paused to give them some time to process this information. He also injected into their minds the things they can exchange for karma points, which include luck, lifespan, world source, and other things. Since I am in a good mood, I will personally customize cultivation techniques for each of you. Let's begin with you, Doctor. Do you have any specific requirement? As long as I can continue to save lives. In that case, a technique based on the medicine Tao with the 5 elements at the core. I would add yin and yang, but you can't afford the price. Wang Wei had many cultivation techniques from Jin Chao, so he took one with the 5 elements and modified it to suit the doctor, while also adding a lot to his understanding of the human body and soul. As a powerful body refiner, he was also a great doctor. "For this technique, you owe me 16 million karma points." The doctor looked at him, not knowing what to say. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble. CM, don't be like that. I will give you the first 3 chapters, allowing you to cultivate the divine altar realm. After that, you can change to another technique, but you still have to pay the price of the 3 chapters. Next is you, Scholar. Any requirement? My dream is to one day be like the ancient sages, suppressing demons with one word and saving all sentient beings. In that case, your technique would involve the literary spirit and righteous chi. Wang Wei also modified a technique for him. His mother had studied the concept of literary spirit for the past 1,000 years to prepare for the plan to become emperor. So, Wang Wei was quite knowledgeable on the subject. As for righteous chi, it was connected to the concept of literary spirit. Furthermore, he learned a little from his battle with Bai Han. Your total is 12. 6 million karma points. But like the doctor, you get the first 3 chapters for free. Next is the Mad King, Lord of Destiny. I want the great Sui dynasty to be the only ruler of my world. I want all these sects to regret treating me like a puppet. So, you want to walk the path of sovereign? That's easy. A total of 5 million karma point. The Mad King frowned after hearing this. Not satisfied? If the price corresponds to the value, then I'm not satisfied, replied the Mad King with determination. Well, who am I to stop you if you want to drown in debt? I will add the ability to summon an undead army only loyal to you, and a body refining techniques that require the use of luck, called the Sovereign Golden Body. Now, the price is 23 million karma point. The Mad King smiled before readily accepting his technique. Now, the Butcher. What do you want? I want something based on emotions. Oh, since you like to kill people for fun, I thought you would want something related to killing. As soon as he said these words, many people looked at the Butcher with weird eyes, especially the doctor, who looked disgusted. What I enjoy is the emotions released by my victims before their death. I don't care much for the act of killing. Very well. Your technique will be based on the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Your total is 18 million karma points. Now, assassin. Sir, what do you recommend? Everyone was slightly surprised by the female voice, since assassin covered her face with a hood and had a flat figure. I recommend either shadow or space attribute. Can I have both? If you don't mind the debt. She only nodded her head. Your total is 32 million karma points. The mad kind frowned after hearing this. Lord, I want to add more stuff to my technique. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he realized this king was truly mad. He wanted the most powerful or most expensive technique out of everyone, no matter the price. Fine, I'll add the power of stars acupoints into your technique for a new total of 54 million karma points. The Mad King nodded with a smile, while everyone looked at him with weird eyes. But he did not care. Normally, we will not communicate in this manner, but in the form of group chats. Everyone was confused, but Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss them. The Mad King opened his eyes on his throne with a book in his hand. However, he paid no attention to it, as some information had appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes again while concentrating. Then he saw something strange inside his mind. Reversing fate group chat. Mad King, hello, my fellow Taoist. Doctor, what a strange method of communicating. Scholar, what's truly fascinating is we are communicating across worlds. Mad King, why aren't the others saying anything? Scholar, they appear to be online. Mad King, forget them. Is the Lord present? Doctor, if you focus on his name, it said he is offline. Scholar, for some reason, I feel relief. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching this chat despite his status. However, he was currently breathing a little harder, with his complexion slightly pale. To appear more mysterious and powerful, he used time laws to create a time dilation to make these people's techniques. So, although it appeared he did it instantly, it took him a few years to modify each technique. All right, let's see what benefit these people will bring me. I should probably create a fake account to better communicate with them. Chapter 521 Success and Ambitions. Wang Wei took a few pills to recuperate, so his complexion improved after a few hours. My control of time law is not ideal. Otherwise, this technique should not take such a large toll on me. After realizing this issue, he placed on top of his agenda to modify the force controlling skill to apply to laws, which was initially one of the primary purposes he created in the first place. Then, he checked the conversation of these 5, but quickly lost interest when he realized there was nothing of significance. Nevertheless, he did notice that the soul network ability required a high amount of spiritual power to constantly allow these 5 to communicate across worlds. And since Wang Wei is from another world community very far away, the expenditure on spiritual strength is even higher. Based on his calculation, the spiritual strength of at least 100 quasi-emperors burned every hour. This number was not much for Wang Wei, but the ability would become a burden when he eventually had access to more world communities. Luckily, as long as these 5 are not communicating, the ability can temporarily stop. This might be an issue, Wang Wei muttered before quickly thinking of a solution. He then refined a few quasi-emperor tier soul magical artifacts to store his spiritual strength. The artifact will serve as the energy core of the soul network, and Wang Wei only needs to replenish it when needed. A few days had passed while he refined the artifacts. Now, he began to ponder his next course of action. The techniques he created for these people were, in fact, incomplete. Technically speaking, they can only be used until the primordial spirit realm. Cultivation techniques from the void-shattering realm and above involve law comprehension. They can help teach its user directly how to understand and control a specific law. However, most cultivators who want to reach the quasi-emperor realm know only to use them as references. After all, the comprehension of the predecessors is not necessarily beneficial to another person. Everyone is unique and understands the laws in different ways. The sect has many supreme tier techniques with the 5-element laws, so I can just copy and modify those. My mother created a few cultivation techniques of the same level regarding literary spirit and righteous chi, so the scholar's scripture has no problem. I've read the Shadow Ruler's Emperor scripture, so all I have to do is add my understanding of space laws for the assassin. I have a lot of Su-Yas understanding of emotions, so it should not take long to make the Butcher scripture. The only remaining one is the Mad King's technique, which would take me longer. However, comprehension of sovereign laws should boost my Emperor Words of Law ability. Wang Wei sighed, thinking it is not easy to swindle people. No, he meant to do business in this world. Luckily, he considered the waste of his personal time when charging these people. His eyes then changed as he divined something. 5 years until the secret realm opens. For me, that's a total of 540 years with the future Buddha self. More than enough time. As he prepared to enter a short cultivation seclusion, he felt something before muttering. So soon? He closed his eyes to enter the mind palace before calling out Song, genuine soul. Senior, you have to help me. Wang Wei calmly caressed his beard for a few seconds while looking at him. Kid, you should have expected this outcome. I know, and I accept my decision. Very well. What is the problem? After meeting with the Supreme Elder, I used the excuse of entering seclusion to avoid suspicions for a while. However, Song Dasheng refused to accept his defeat. He kept spreading rumors throughout the clan that I cheated and challenged me to another duel. So, I released the news I would only accept his challenge if innate treasures are at stake. I thought he would back down for a while, but I don't know how he acquired another innate herb, but he's waiting for my challenge. Since another innate herb is on the line, I will be more than happy to help you. Senior, is there any way you could allow me to use your power for a lower price? Wang Wei gave him a gentle smile. There is. You will tell your family that you have acquired a powerful bloodline. However, every time you use it, you lose 200,000 years of lifespan, which is the price for every drop of blood. What? Senior, isn't that a little too much? Not at all. With my power, you could defeat all the heaven chosen of your world to gather resources and destiny. By then, your chances of proving the Tao would drastically increase. Of course, I would not recommend you do that since the chances of being discovered are extremely high. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble. CM, Song Genuine's eyes lit up. Could I use your power during the Heavenwell battle? Absolutely not. There are strict rules for immortal cultivators intervening in the Heavenwell battle of any world community. Song Junyuan was disappointed after hearing this. He thought he had found a way to immortality. However, Wang Wei did not care about his mood. Technically speaking, since he is not an immortal, there should be no problem with him intervening in another community's heaven will. After all, the number of heaven chosen like himself who could use their strength to forcibly alter the result of other communities' heaven will battle could be counted on one hand throughout the entire endless void. Considering his status as fateless, he might truly get away with doing such a thing. However, he did not want to risk it. It would be catastrophic if true heavenly Tao decided to annihilate him or made him suffer backlash right before his heaven will battle. His chances of defeating DTon are yet to be determined in peak shape. If he was injured before the battle, he had no chance whatsoever. In that case, I accept your offer. Wang Wei gave him a drop of blood before sending him back. Then, he watched the event unfold. Song Jinyuan made his opponent sign the contract for the innate herb, then explained to the latter the price of his bloodline and why he does not want to fight very often. According to Song Jinyuan, he only had 2 opportunities to use his bloodline without repercussions, and now he was forced to use it on Song Dasheng. The elders of the clan believed his explanation. Still, Song Dasheng remained skeptical until Song Jinyuan once again beat him an inch to his life without being able to retaliate a single time. Every member of the Song clan was again shocked by Song Jinyuan's fighting prowess and excited at the prospect of cultivating another great emperor in this generation, making the latter guilty of lying. Unfortunately, he knew he was in too deep now and too late to back down. So, he fainted exhaustion before handing the herb to Wang Wei. Let's take some risks, he muttered before finding 3 other people from the Marshal Supreme to scam as he did to Song Jinyuan. It took him a few days to search and divine the right person, but he succeeded. The first 2 were more cunning than Song Jinyuan and chose the talisman. Nevertheless, he still acquired 1 innate herb from each of them for a total of 9. The last individual was special. He was a true monarch with a dying wife and needed a special quasi-emperor tear pill to save her. Unfortunately, after years of trying to save her, he was now poor. He did not have many resources as a loose cultivator, and the herbs required to heal his wife were rare. So, Wang Wei made a deal with him. There is a forbidden land in the Marshal Supreme world full of spiritual herbs, and there are rumors of innate treasures deep inside. So, Wang Wei gave the man the power to reach deep inside. He first searched for the material to refine the pill for his wife before heading into the inner area and taking 2 innate treasures. Unfortunately, an unknown power came out of nowhere and annihilated him soon after. Wang Wei managed to get the 2 herbs and protect a piece of his soul. As a result, he sensed a terrifying gaze that locked him across world communities. But he acted in time to surround him with Ancestor Wuqing and Wu Hong's aura, which forced the gaze to ignore him. Then, he refined the pill to save the 3rd candidate's wife while also healing his soul. As for what happens to him afterward, that's for his wife to worry about. Inside his mansion, Wang Wei had a genuine smile on his face. Only 4 of his incarnation had all the resources needed for his cultivation, despite granting the resources to 5 of them. That is because his father counted the resources he used to condense his new body as 1. The upside is that the 9th reincarnation does not need any resources, so he only had to acquire 4 of the incarnation. Now, he finally acquired 10 innate treasures for 1 incarnation to temper their bodies, meaning he only had to gather for the remaining 3. Considering how easy it was, Wang Wei suddenly became dangerously ambitious. He wanted to know if he could absorb more than 1 innate herb for the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. Although this approach has not been accomplished before, it was worth trying. And even if it was impossible, he wanted his main body to replace the innate herbs and materials with chaos level ones. And maybe even a few other incarnations. Okay, let's be realistic. I may be able to do so for the main body, but not for the incarnation. After forcefully controlling his ambitions, Wang Wei prepared to enter seclusion to make these scriptures and take this opportunity to reach the next stage of the void-shattering realm. And right before he did so, he heard a voice in his mind. Kid, you really know how to cause trouble. Don't take such risks again. Understand? Yes, ancestor. Wang Wei replied out loud before bowing in one direction and entering his seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing watched him with a smile. He liked that this kid knew how to take calculated risks and when to retreat. He knew not to be blinded by his greed. Chapter 5, 22 Gu Xian. After entering the seclusion, Wang Wei took a short time to complete the scriptures for the chat group. And in the process, he understood the 5 elements law, shadow law, and 7 emotions 6 desire law. He also took time to understand pill law, talisman law, array law, and refinement law. He wanted to lay the foundation to comprehend the grand Tao source of these professions, so he could refine emperor pills or emperor talismans in the future. Most emperors have to nourish quasi-emperor tier pills with their grand Tao source to elevate them to the emperor tier. However, such emperor pills are not nearly as effective as genuine the ones refined with pill Tao grand source. Moreover, there are other advantages that he learned from Wuhan. For example, time acceleration arrays are useless against immortal tier cultivators unless it is some special or unique secret realms. But those would become useless after some point. In the upper dimension, time is both useless and the most valuable thing. These immortal cultivators do not have to worry about their lifespan. However, they have to spend a ridiculous amount of time cultivating. So, time acceleration formation is the solution to their problem. Unfortunately, as higher beings, they have a resistance to mortal-level time-related formations or abilities. However, time formation created by immortal cultivators would require someone who cultivated the array Dao to a very high level, or someone who minored an array Dao and cultivated time Dao. Any of these two requirements are incredibly scarce, so any array master who sets time formation are sought after in the upper dimension. Another possible way to achieve the same result is have a paragon who can bend space-time at will or travel through the river of time, like their backyard garden, set up the formation. Wang Wei wanted to set the foundation for the future and leave an immortal tier time formation for the Dao opening sect since it did not have one. The miscellaneous emperor was the only emperor who cultivated array Dao as a minor Dao, but he did not cultivate time Dao, so he did not leave one behind. The sect has one of these unique secret realms with time acceleration, but most immortal powerhouses are now immune to them after using them for so long. Moreover, this secret realm's time acceleration is not as much as they would have wanted. After understanding these laws, Wang Wei underwent the law combination process. Cultivators can combine different laws in the law foundation stage to form others or evolve their laws. For example, fire law could evolve into pure yang law, water law into pure yin law. Or they could combine mist law, cloud law, and tidal wave law into the higher form of water law. Another example is Wu Hong's sealing law. In this stage, she combined sealing laws, control laws, absorption laws, array laws, and a small aspect of the Tao of Heaven, knowledge law. As a result, her sealing law is both powerful and unique to her. There are many possibilities in this cultivation stage, and cultivators usually take their time in this realm. In this stage, Wang Wei combined the different laws based on his incarnations to create fate law, luck, destiny, space-time, samsara, order-disorder, and karma. Once that was done, he used yin-yang laws as the link to fuse his fate law with the freedom law, creating a unique fate law that encompassed both fatalism and free will. Inside Wang Wei's divine sea. The moment he finished establishing his primary law, the law seed shone with brilliant light before a small bud grew from the seed. He knew he had officially entered the law body stage, a stage that Wang Wei felt was unnecessary, primarily to him. In this stage, the cultivator's law will nourish their bodies and soul to make them stronger. However, since he is walking the path of true power Tao, he cannot use any laws to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Nevertheless, this is not why he felt this stage was useless. Wang Wei entered his space ring to test out something. His body suddenly grew to a size of over 300 meters. His ancestor created the law body stage by taking inspiration from the 9th cultivation stage of the pre-null era. It even has the same name. In this stage, cultivators can make their bodies humongous, thus drastically increasing their strength, speed, and defense. The reason Wang Wei found this thing useless is one. It was not as much a boost to him as he expected because of how strong his fleshly body was. Secondly, this technique becomes useless in the supreme realm because of the Dharma body. Even in the saint realm, people no longer use it since the domain was stronger and more versatile. Wang Wei theorized in the ancient emperor era, the method of fighting was different than the current time. The ancient cultivators relied way more on the law body than modern ones. Wang Wei canceled the technique and returned to his standard size. Then, he took out a copy of the ancient cultivation system that he had to read about the law body realm. He was suddenly intrigued to know the difference. The law body is essentially the same as the Dharma body. Wang Wei thought the ancient cultivators could not walk the path of true power Tao since they used laws for their fleshly bodies. He was wrong. They used laws to reconstruct their bodies to be similar to primordial gods, while laws were used as a form of attack. So for ancient cultivators, the enormous body is their real body while the human-sized one is them shrinking their bodies. The reason Wang Wei said law bodies and Dharma bodies were the same is in the quasi-emperor realm, after a cultivator fused their Dharma body with their real body, the size of the Dharma body they cultivated in the supreme realm is now their real's bodies as well. In other words, the human shape Wang Wei's grandfather always took is not his real body, but a shrink version he used to interact with ordinary people. I feel I will be huge, muttered Wang Wei. He knew his Dharma body would be tall and powerful. If you add the other 8 Dharma bodies of his incarnations and the fiend god bloodline he will cultivate after proving the Tao, he will undoubtedly be huge. Wang Wei did not like the concept of fighting with a huge body. Instead, he preferred when his small frame displayed terrifying power that seemed abnormal compared to his size. Nevertheless, it was inevitable. He uttered while looking in one direction. Is it already time? He disappeared before appearing floating above the sect sky. Looking in the distance, he saw a golden light that pierced the heavens. What's this? A secret realm opening? Asked Li Jun, who had just arrived. It seems quite arrogant, announcing its existence in the entire world like this, commented Yin Liling. But does it belong to someone? Some emperor, perhaps? It belongs to Gu Xian, said Li Jun. How do you know? She asked. This thing is not even trying to hide. Yin Liling frowned before using her hand to calculate the secret of the heavens. You're right. It's not even trying to hide its existence. The deceiving heaven longevity art, said Li Jun as he looked in the distance. According to rumors, it is a Tao scripture that can allow a quasi-emperor to have a lifespan of over 90 million years. Who would not want it? That's not the real value of this scripture, said Wang Wei. Oh, is there some kind of secret? You know that Gu Xian once exchanged this technique to an emperor for a Tao source seed. Yes, that's common knowledge. New novel chapters are published on. Oh. What most people don't know is after becoming a Tao ancestor, he modified his technique into an insurgent one. Seriously? How is that possible? Yin Liling was also surprised. As a new elder, she now has access to some secrets of the world and knows the importance of an insurgent cultivation technique, especially one not created by an emperor. The Tao of deception, replied Wang Wei. He created a way to deceive the grand Tao source. He was a being who controls the source instead of borrowing its power, thus granting him the power of a great emperor. Li Jun was at a loss for words. There should be some restraint, right? Most likely, there is a time limit he can use said power, but it does not change the fact this technique is still an insurgent one. So, no matter what, we must get our hands on it. Tao ancestors' cultivation is also based on the percentage of understanding of the grand Tao source. So if this technique had a direct conversion rate based on the Tao ancestors' realm, it would be terrifying. For example, a Tao ancestor who has a 20% of grand Tao source comprehension could use the deceiving heaven longevity art to acquire the power of pseudo-eternal emperor. And if their comprehension is higher than 20%, their strength would be even more intense. Now, Wang Wei knew it was unlikely for the conversation rate to be so powerful. But even if it was not, he could try to modify this technique in the future after he proved the Tao. Chapter 523, Gather. Do we want to leave now? Asked Li Jun, who could foresee how many people would show up to participate in this secret realm. There is no need to rush. Since it announced itself so brazenly, it should wait for everyone to arrive, said Yin Liling. She's right. We must ensure the sect's affairs are in order before we leave. Afterward, Wang Wei called for a brief meeting with the other elders to check on the sect's development, especially the outward expansion into other worlds. Everything went smoothly in the past 5 years, as many branches of the sect have been established, gathering talents and resources. Only one incident occurred in a Middle Thousand world ruled by a dynasty that revolted against the sect's establishment. Tai Gang was happy to stretch his muscle and dealt with it as swiftly as possible. The sect was still in the early stages of developing these worlds as they decided to take things slowly. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction at how things were proceeding, and after ensuring nothing was wrong, he left a clone to deal with any sudden issues that may arise. Finally, he left with Li Jun, Yin Liling, and another person. The group took a void boat instead of teleporting directly to their destination. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Red Sand Domain. There was only sand in this entire domain. Moreover, the sand was light red instead of the usual yellow. And just like regular deserts, it was scorching in the daylight and freezing at night. Furthermore, Many demonic beasts lived underneath the sand, and when it was their dinner time, they would go up to the surface for a meal of human flesh. Despite the harsh environment, many humans lived in this domain, primarily cultivators. The sand is a treasure trove of resources, and loose cultivators like to hunt for them to sell. According to rumors, the sand is red because a great emperor once died in this domain, thus altering the environment. Over the years, this rumor has proven to be true. Many of the resources in this domain were nurtured by the blood and Tao rhyme of the emperor's body. The demonic beasts living in the sand also seem to have mutated because of something, most likely the emperor's blood. The great talisman city took control of this domain numerous years ago, since the blood of the demonic beast was great material for making talismans. However, they took a softer approach to control it. They allow loose cultivators to hunt for demonic beasts and resources, and they can exchange them for other things like pills, talismans, and weapons with the city. As a result of this approach, the Great Talisman City has an excellent reputation in this domain. However, Wang Wei guessed their approach was because this domain was too large and complicated to mine on their own. The demonic sand beasts live deep underground, so it is not easy to find them. The extreme temperature made the place almost inhabitable, especially in the long term. If the Great Talisman City had its disciple be the ones hunting for resources, it would require too many people, take a long time, or cost them too much. Meanwhile, having loose cultivators do the dirty work for them saved them a lot of money and the lives of many of their disciples who would perish in these hunts. Moreover, the city will make much more money when these loose cultivators exchange resources. After all, they are the ones who determine the price. Big brother, what are you thinking about? It's about how the Great Talisman City dealt with this domain. It was a brilliant idea to use loose cultivators. I guess it saved them a lot of money. I don't think so, replied Yin Liling. Oh, do you have a better plan? Don't you remember Big Brothers talk about the importance of large and cheap labors? As long as the city used a lot of puppets, they would not have an issue mining the resources in this domain. Li Jun smacked his lisp. I really don't like the concept of replacing manpower with construct. Wang Wei gave him a strange look. Since when did you become so conservative? Li Jun sighed. After the fiasco in the heavenly abode world, I've taken your advice and trained a puppet legion. However, it's just not the same with an army of flesh and blood. But the puppet legion can save many of your man's life, said Yin Liling. I know this, but I still don't like them. She was surprised, as this was the first time she had heard of this. Since you don't like the puppets, doesn't that mean you also don't like the constructs in our domains? No, those are fine since they make mortals' lives better, easier, and more productive. So, your only problem is when machines are applied to the military? The source of this content is Freed, Velsium. I guess so. I only feel that over-reliance on puppetry or machines would be detrimental in the long run. Over-reliance on anything is detrimental, said Wang Wei. Plus, the construct's purpose will always be an aid. Look at Liling's plan to develop this domain. Although it looked perfect on the surface, there's a glaring flaw. Luck. Luck? I see, replied Yin Liling. Hunting the demonic beast aside, the main reason the loose cultivators can find some precious resources in the sand is their natural luck. The puppets do not have that. Exactly. So, in the cultivation world, it is impossible to completely replace manpower with machine power. This is how the laws of heaven and earth are. This is part of the universe's order, said Wang Wei. We've arrived. He looked in the distance and could see many people he knew already waiting. Fong Lijuan, Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, Emo, Xingyun, Zhen Biyu, and many of the top 30 heaven-chosen from the Academy's trial. Additionally, many people recently rose and made a name for themselves. Wang Wei focused on them and called Chun Chun from the Origin Weapon Mountain. He sensed something and activated his true vision ability, and his lisp almost twitched. He saw a brilliant golden light surrounding Chun Chen's body, and from his eyes, He knew he had developed a new ability to see how much treasure a person has based on the light. How much treasure does this guy possess to make me develop a new ability? Wang Wei was speechless. His group's arrival caught the attention of many people. However, they took a position while waiting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei began to observe everyone around, focusing on someone specific. It was a short and petite woman of about 157 centimeters. She had an adorable face with big eyes and a small bump in the chest area that was almost unnoticeable in her bright yellow hanfu. Like most female cultivators, she had white skin. However, another noticeable thing about her appearance was her slim and nimble-like fingers. She seemed very enthusiastic as she talked to many people not from her faction. She had a natural charm that would make someone genuinely smile after a brief conversation. Tong Ruobing. Something is odd about her. He felt an oddly familiar feeling, but could not think where it came from. His fate-reading technique he could now use undetected by most people was natural blocked by her, without her trying. He had an idea and used his soul network divine ability to look at her soul, and the same blockage occurred by a mysterious fog. The only time this occurs is when immortal tier things are related. So, she should have something of his caliber on her. However, Wang Wei was unsatisfied with this explanation as no one around appeared like her. And he did not believe any of these heaven-chosens did not have a few immortal weapons, Dao weapons, and even Emperor artifacts on them. So, why didn't his soul network show that he could not summon these people's souls as it did for Tong Ruobing? Let's pay attention to her. Wang Wei continued looking around, and he saw a few acquainted. Lu Cheng and Wu Meng, whom he met during the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei admired this kid's boldness to join the Origin Rune Palace after learning what their founder did to his ancestor. Just as he was about to read this kid's fate line, he sensed something and raised his head. On the right, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in red riding a phoenix, Huofeng Wang. Many people who could not tell the phoenix was a technique looked at her with awe. And even the ones who could tell had a severe look on as they gazed at how lifelike and realistic the phoenix was. Even the aura of an innate demon could be sensed from it. New novel chapters are published on Freed. Velsium. Wang Wei already knew of her release, defeat of Xuanwu Qiubai, and absorbing his bloodline. It was such a significant event in the ancient clan that his fate shadow guard could quickly learn of the news. On the left side was an enormous golden crow with 3 legs. After landing, the golden crow turned into a woman wearing martial clothes, a golden mark on her forehead that looked like a third eye, and shoulder-length hair. "Is that?" muttered Li Jun. "It should be the golden crow emperor offspring," replied Wang Wei. "How come she is in the void-shattering realm instead of the quasi-emperor realm? I would also like to know. Shadow 2. Do you have any information on her?" "Yes, young sect master." Shadow 2 quickly controlled his emotion before handing him a talisman containing information about her. Boss Wang Ju was in retreat, so it was his turn to serve the big boss. He did not want to mess things up. Wang Wei used his divine sense to rapidly read the information he had on this woman, called Jingwu Hua. There was not much information to begin with. At some point, she had some issues with the other members of the Golden Crow clan. The reason for this conflict is unknown, but after the resolution, she disappeared for a long time before recently manifesting with a lower cultivation level, but an increase in strength. Recultivation? Thought Wang Wei as he gazed at her with a slight frown. He could sense the same fog that emanated from Tong Ruobing, which blocked all his detecting measures. Chapter 524. The Chosen's one recultivating does not always mean an increase in strength, but the people who can actively choose to do so are usually the determining kind. After all, how many people can abandon all their years of cultivation, turning themselves into weak mortals? If something goes wrong, they do not have ways to protect themselves. So, the fact that Jingwu Hua walked that path showed, at the very least, that she's a person of strong will. People who can survive the sealing process to wash away their karma are people with high-level Dao hearts. So, Jingwu Hua's achievements are not that abnormal logically. After checking her out, Wang Wei focused on someone else, Immerse. He had suspicions about her since he knew that devouring Dao was an outlaw, but she seemed perfectly fine without the outlaw aura or the need to undergo the trial. At first, Wang Wei thought she was using a tactic similar to Emperor Nine's sons, where she hid her real Dao and only used the ability of her physique. But now, he had a feeling something more complicated was at play. Could she really be the pawn of the Heaven Devourer Emperor? Based on what he knew and analyzed from the Heaven Devourer Emperor, he was a selfish cultivator who only did things that benefited him. So, Wang Wei always wondered why he had descendants and even left the opportunity to inherit his Devourer physique. And after hearing about how some emperors used their descendant to revive themselves, he had suspicions about Immerse. What the Heaven Devourer Emperor did almost destroyed the Myriad Emperor world. After his exile to the Eternal Ascension world, some former emperors might have visited him and made him pay for his actions, thought Wang Wei. This was one of the reasons he could think of for the Heaven Devourer Emperor to need to use the backhand he left in the lower dimension. Since his name and deed in history still remained, it meant he was alive. However, it is also possible that the Myriad Emperor world's previous emperors destroyed his body and soul. So, he needed Immerse's help to revive. Of course, Wang Wei also acknowledged it could be something entirely different for Immerse's weirdness. He squinted his eyes as he analyzed all his information on her. He knew the weirdness began after the Academy's trial. Back then, he could easily read her fate line, and nothing appeared abnormal about her. So, what happened after that which changed her? The gluttony swallowing scripture. Not long afterward, she possessed it so it could be the catalyst for her change. Wang Wei quickly denied this conclusion because she appeared normal during the beach party where he planted the secret karma thread on her. Then, he suddenly squinted his eyes and realized the line was gone. He did not even notice it was gone until now, adding to another anomaly. Could an immortal powerhouse have removed it for her? Wang Wei denied this possibility. Wu Hong placed a seal on those threads to prevent detection from this level of cultivators. She told him the only way for a person to remove the thread is for the people who have it on them to detect it with their ability and remove them themselves. So, is Immerse this powerful now? Or is she now a master of Karma Dao? Wang Wei felt he was missing something, and his brain rapidly worked. Then, he remembered someone, Zhang Xian from the Dao Worshipping Academy. Immerse has been after his number 7 boundless void physique for many years. Wang Wei used the karma thread he placed on the ladder during the beach episode to check on his situation since he was not here. Dead? No, but very close. Plus, he lost his heavenly physique. He discovered the ladder had only his primordial spirit left, but it was so faint that it appeared as if it would disappear at any time. What's more, the lost fragment from his soul was no longer present. So, Immerse finally got him. Is he the catalyst for her change? Unfortunately, there was too little information, so Wang Wei decided to observe her in the secret realm. While deep thinking, Wang Wei sensed something and looked in another direction. And he was not the only one. All the people present looked in the same direction, whether women or men, old or young, rich or poor, and handsome or ugly. A woman of unparalleled beauty stood on top of a magical artifact in the shape of a golden lotus with 2 people behind her. Unfortunately, her beauty eclipsed these people so much that no one even noticed them. The most beautiful woman of this generation, Su Shi, muttered one of the cultivators present. Despite her eyes, Su Shi remained composed, without a single hint of emotions on her face. Unlike her previous bright color dresses, she now had black martial clothes that fitted her body, perfectly suited for battle. Furthermore, she had the aura of a powerhouse, forcing people to no longer see her as just a pretty face. She glanced at everyone present before stopping on Wang Wei for a few seconds. Without saying anything else, she took a spot to wait. Everyone then waited as the bright golden light in the distance slowly thinned out, indicating the secret realm was about to open. Wang Wei looked around as he noticed some people did not show up. Sun Jiaolong, the sea race, the demonic race, which was understandable, and more importantly, the Yang clan's emperor offspring. He thought he would show up since the Golden Crow came. After a few hours of waiting, the light disappeared and a space channel appeared. The people around looked at each other, wondering who would be the first to enter. However, Jingwu Hua turned into a golden flame and rushed toward the entrance. Her actions seemed to have sparked the competitive spirit of the other Heaven Chosens, so they rushed toward the entrance as well with maximum speed. Only a few people waited outside. Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, Wang Wei, and his group, Zhen Biyu and Su Shi. Wang Wei glanced at her with a slight surprise. Feng Heng and Huang Yuan are old geezers that have probably lived for 1,000,000 years at the minimum, so he understood their cautions. Zhen Biyu's pure heart and mind makes her uninterested in competitions such as this. But he did not expect Su Shi to be so cautious. However, thinking about what she experienced, it's normal for her to be careful when doing things. Wang Wei looked at the space channel and sensed nothing happened. To the people inside, he then did quick divination to determine possible danger for him. After not finding anything, he looked in the sky as he sensed Ancestor Wuching's presence. He guessed many immortal powerhouses were secretly watching this secret realm, so he became reassured. In the Qi Luck trial, he used the name of the deceiving Heaven Longevity Art to lure many of his competitors to a secret realm before exploding it. He did not want the same tactic to be used against him. Then, he flew to the channel with his group. Wang Wei found himself in a spacious environment with all the people who entered waiting. He saw the Heaven Chosens waiting at the front, so he flew and landed there as well. In front of him was a child floating in the air. The odd thing was he only had an upper torso, while his lower part resembled that of a genie from Earth. Furthermore, the child had a weird mask on his face. Half the mask had a naive smile, and the other had a cunning and vicious one. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin," the child said, but his voice was that of an old woman instead of child. A secret realm spirit that embodies deception? This Gu Xian might be a man who enjoys spectacles, thought Wang Wei. "My name is Qin Wentian, but you can call me Lord Spirit. As you can guess, this secret realm is to select worthy candidates to inherit my master scripture. Now, let's begin the first stage selection." The Lord Spirit waved his hand to manifest countless tokens, which then flew around the candidates and scanned them. Not even a few seconds of scanning, the token landed in Wang Wei's hand. Then, 2 tokens floated in front of Yin Liling and Li Jun. After scanning them, the tokens seemed to look at them and Wang Wei before flying away. The selection process took over an hour, and to everyone's surprise, only 6 people were chosen: Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Huafeng Wang, Jingwu Hua, Su Shi, and Tong Ruobing. Congratulations to the 6 of you. You are qualified for the next round. Lord Spirit, are these the only people? Asked one of the cultivators. That's correct. Isn't that unfair? It is. But if you feel you're more qualified, you're more than happy to take it from them. With these words, 95% of people have already given up. New novel chapters are published on FreeWeb. Oh, welcome. When is the next round? Asked Wang Wei. In 1 month. Can we bring other people with us? If you wish to do so. As he said these words, it seemed as if the cunning side of his mask became alive and was smiling. Wang Wei squinted his eyes before asking, "Are there going to be Heaven Chosens from other world communities in the second round?" Muttered Lord Spirit as he focused on Wang Wei, looking at him up and down. "Very astute. You're correct. There will be many of them." The other 4 immediately became serious as they realized it would not be so easy to get this inheritance. However, a fighting intent soon flashed across these people's eyes. They wanted to compete with Heaven Chosen of other world communities to see who was better. Wang Wei was also excited, but not only because he could compete with Heaven Chosens of other world communities. It was also because the opportunity to expand his soul network finally arrived. By then, he won't have to worry about gathering resources for his incarnations. "Are there any more questions?" asked Lord Spirit. "In that case, you can leave." Chapter 525 Undercurrents. After exiting the secret realm, the other cultivators surrounded the chosen six. Wang Wei frowned before releasing a spiritual pressure that covered the entire group. Then, 99% of these people passed out on the floor, leaving only the ones with heaven-chosen titles and a few others with real abilities. He then looked at the remaining people standing and said, "Who amongst you is brave enough to get this token from my hand?" He stood in front of these people, not releasing any aura or using any technique. However, his very presence placed tremendous pressure on all the people present. They knew it was not worth trying to get a token from this monster. On the unlikely chance they would succeed, they would be in terrible shape and unable to leave this place, as others could take advantage of them. Since I was not chosen, it means that this inheritance is not destined with me, said Jinbiyu, before jumping on a sword and flying away. She did not hesitate, and there seemed to be no regret in her decision. Wang Wei looked at her departed back before looking at this group again. His eyes focused on Mo Xingyun, making the latter slightly tremble before regaining her bearing and smiling like a cunning fox. A few seconds after not receiving an answer, Wang Wei flew away with his group, hopped inside his void boat before returning to the sect. All the others looked at his back with gritted teeth. They thought the power of law could allow them to catch this monster. But now, they realize this monster will not stop growing nor wait for them to catch up. "Why don't we stop to watch the upcoming battle?" asked Yen Liling. "It will not be as much of a battle. The other five know best not to reveal their strength now, so they will most likely rush back home and wait for a month," said Li Jun. Follow current novels on FreeWeb. OVL. Come. It would still be interesting to see how they run home while protecting themselves from the others. Shadow 2 will record the fight. Furthermore, our presence will make these guys more reserved for fear we sneak attack them. Li Jun then looked at Wang Wei. "Is something wrong? You seem to be in a rush." "I just had a revelation that I needed to cultivate more of my incarnations if I want to win this inheritance." Li Jun squinted his eyes as many thoughts flashed across his mind. "Do you think there is a heaven chosen from other communities who would require the strength of your incarnations to defeat them?" "That's the greatest possibility, but I could not divine any more information." After arriving home, Wang Wei directly went to see Ancestor Wuching. "You're going to do something reckless again, aren't you? That's why I'm here to see you, to ensure it is not dangerous." Wang Wuching sighed out loud. "What is it this time? I need more time energy for my incarnation. So, I plan to steal some from the Chrono Chaos realm." "So what do you think? Why the sudden hurry?" Wang Wei then explained the information the Lord Spirit revealed about otherworld communities, Heaven Chosen, and the divination he recently made. Taking this information into account, Wang Wuching thought about the feasibility of this plan. "With your time Dao and my protection, it should not be a problem to survive for some time in the Chrono Chaos realm. As long as you don't go deep inside, that is. However, the time energy inside is very chaotic. Would you be able to purify it?" "No problem." Wang Wuching did not immediately agree. Instead, he thought about other possible dangers. "Give me a moment before I decide." After saying that, he disappeared from his secret realm. Deep inside the Dao opening sect, a sigh came from an ordinary coffin. "This kid better worth all the trouble," said Origin 1. "He'll tell Turtle 1 to secretly protect you too in case something goes wrong." Wang Wuching nodded in excitement. Turtle 1 was one of the most powerful insurgents of the sect. He sacrificed most of his attack abilities for defense, surpassing Sword 1 and Origin 1 in this area. Turtle 1 could survive a few days under the attack of a regular Eternal Emperor by relying simply on his defense. He became the ultimate shield if he used the sect's array as a boost. He is one of the main reasons the sect has survived for so long. One of his most remarkable feats is he survived an attack against all the 9 devil gods with middle-level injuries and protected the sect from a few Eternal Emperors during the Devil Era. Wang Wuching quickly thanked Origin 1 before returning to see Wang Wei and accepting his offer. The latter did not waste time and headed straight for the Chrono Chaos realm in the southern part of the central continent. The entrance to this forbidden land is a mountain surrounded by spatial disturbance. Any person without sufficient strength who approached this place would be teleported to some unknown location in the Myriad Emperor world or possibly the Endless Void. Or they would be shredded apart by the spatial currents coming from a mountain. Luckily, Wang Wei and Wang Wuqing were not among the people who could not even reach the mountain's entrance, which was a cave. Before entering, Wang Wei created a transparent barrier with his time law to cover the two of them, and Wang Wuqing boosted the shield. Wang Wei looked at his surrounding. Everything was red, including the sky, clouds, and even the earth. He looked at the sky and saw a bunch of ancient clocks with characters instead of numbers. These clocks would constantly appear and disappear. Language from the pre-null era? Thought Wang Wei as he observed the clocks. He then sensed the power of his time barrier and whether it would hold up. No problem. This is a great place to temper the body. Excuse me? After you prove the Tao, instead of destroying this forbidden land, turn it into a secret realm to temper the body. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he felt some more debt was suddenly added to his head. If he could make this level of secret realm, primarily the immortal body refiners would benefit. That's a good idea. After I prove the Tao, I will also need some ways to temper my body. And I doubt Divine Punishment Thunder would last long anyway. Then, Wang Wei began his work. He summoned his 108 future Buddha self, placing them in specific positions to enact an array. Once everything was set up, he activated the array. A few minutes later, a translucent crystal appeared in the middle of the array. Success, muttered Wang Wei as he sensed the pure time energy inside. Then, he focused on the remaining chaotic nature, and an idea popped into his mind. He absorbed it while running the Future Buddha book. A few minutes later, a phantom of the 109th Future Buddha self appeared behind him, and Wang Wei opened his eyes with excitement. This place was simply his heaven. So, he sat down to continue refining the time crystals. Divine Tao League. Fong Li Juan sat cross-legged with a pale complexion inside a secret room. She had a scar running down from her face to her upper torso and a burn mark on the left part of her face. Damn it, it will take me hundreds of years to heal these injuries, she thought with gritted teeth, thinking about how she ended up in this terrible shape. The battle for the token was quick and fierce. Not long after Wang Wei, countless runes suddenly appeared on Tong Rubing's body, and she disappeared. No one could detect her or where she left, and even her method was somewhat strange. Fong Li Juan did not waste time and entered the invisible mode. Her first target was the member of the ancient clan, Hua Feng Wang. Her tactic first worked as she bypassed the latter's detection and stabbed her heart. But to Fong Li Juan's horror, her crystal sword only penetrated the skin while the muscles prevented it from going deeper. Nevertheless, she persisted and decided to use a more powerful attack or stack one. Unfortunately, her opponent's eyes suddenly changed, and before she could barely react, a bright red flame rushed to annihilate her. Luckily, her bloodline activated to encase her in a protective crystal, barely saving her life. She quickly used a technique to make her injuries invisible and healed. Regrettably, these flames were very persistent, and she could only recover 60% of them. Then, Fong Li Juan targeted Feng Hong. As someone with the yin-yang eyes, he was the nemesis of her invisible law. Thinking about it now, she realized how silly of a mistake she had made. During this all-out confrontation, Feng Hong confronted Huang Yuan, who immediately used his life and death book. However, the young Taoist encased his enemy in a dome made of yin-yang diagram. The diagram separated yin from yang, and thus tried to separate the book's innate life and death laws. Huang Yuan became scared as he knew the consequences if something happened to his book, so he tried his best to prevent this from happening. And in the process, he became useless in the fight. Then, Fong Li Juan took this opportunity to sneak attack Feng Hong. However, the young Taoist calmly looked in her direction, took out a black and white sword, and slashed it, almost severing her into two. After this injury, she was incapacitated, so she returned home to heal. I need a way to make me completely undetected by these people with pupil techniques and also increase my attacking strength. The laws of darkness, shadow, and even space could be the answer. Fong Lijuan began to plan for the Law Foundation stage. However, she felt none of these were enough to compete with these monsters. Then, she sensed something and took out a talisman. As expected, none of these 6 lost their token. She frowned as she pondered deeply. These 6 are a problem and must be dealt with no matter what. Then, she used a talisman to contact a few people and waited. Chapter 526, I agree. Fong Lijuan stood in a room with a magic array above her head. A few minutes later, a few projections appeared in the room. I'm glad you accept my invitation, she said. What is your purpose? Be blunt, said Huang Yuan. You are all intelligent people, so you should guess my purpose. An alliance, said Fong Lijuan. These 6 are currently too powerful, especially Wang Weiro, and might remain so until the heaven will battle. So we must band together and get rid of them first before we fight amongst ourselves. I don't need anyone else's help to defeat these people. Is that so? Do you think having an innate treasure with Outlaw Daos makes you a big shot? Commented Sun Jialong. Without that book, you are essentially useless. Are you the one talking? Are you even worthy of being called a heaven chosen without your sword? Huang Yuan snapped back. You weren't even present for the secret realm, and something tells me it's because you were too scared. Sun Jialong sneered, but did not say anything more. It was a calculated move not to participate in the secret realm. He figured his chances were low acquiring the inheritance, and even if he did succeed, he would not be able to keep it. The other powerful emperor lineages would pressure him and his dynasty to hand it over. And with the great Wu dynasty's weakness, he does not believe they could withstand the pressure. Now that all the men have finished showing their ego, let's talk about the alliance, said Mo Xingyun. I think it's a great idea, but we can do more. What do you have in mind? Asked Fong Lijuan. We can invite the other 5, except for Wang Wei. He's the real threat. That's pointless. I know Tong Ruobing. She would never accept the invitation, said Qin Shun. Not now, but not necessarily after the second round. What do you mean? Be direct, said Fong Lijuan while looking at Mo Xingyun, who smiled cunningly. I can honestly tell you once Wang Wei reaches his peak strength, he will be able to slaughter all of us in a few minutes. And not just him, Di Tian is the same as well. The others frowned. Aren't you being a little dramatic? There is no way the gap is this big, asked Huang Yuan. Have any of you heard of the 9 Extremities Foundation? They looked at each other before shaking their head. Then, Mo Xingyun explained what it was, making the expression of the others very ugly. Then, they returned to normal. I know what you're thinking, but it's futile. Even if you were to try to walk the same path as Wang Wei, you would fail. Anyway, I know you'll try anyway. When Mo Xingyun learned about this information, she also wanted to walk on the path of establishing this supreme foundation, but she did not meet the requirement and failed. And it was not because of the enormous amount of resources required. Back to the main topic, said Qin Shun. What do you mean the others will join us? After they experienced the horror of Wang Wei's strength, a few of them should be susceptible to the idea of an alliance. Your plan is feasible, and we can draw other people into our alliances, said Fong Lijuan. But if Wang Wei and Di Tian are so powerful, does it make sense to unite? Yes, more than ever, added Mo Xingyun. We will use tactics, underhanded methods, and large numbers to wear out these 2 before killing or taking their powers. Wang Wei has Li Jun and other generals to protect him, and I'm assuming it is the same for Di Tian. So, these tactics might not work on them, said Qin Shun. Then we need to unite our generals to quickly take out theirs before we get to them, commented Sun Jialong. The group became quiet, pondering the feasibility of this alliance. Although it looked good on the surface, there are bound to be many issues, mostly involving the class of their egos. Nevertheless, this might be the only option they have for now. How about we take some time before making a decision, said Huang Yuan. Then they all looked at each other before nodding and ending the communication array. Western Continent. Mo Xingyun smiled after everything ended. She could guess these people wanted to test the Nine Extremities Foundation. It's a shame they will be disappointed. As expected, almost a month later, they regrouped for another discussion. So, have you tried? Asked Mo Xingyun, and no one responded to her. Can you tell us what we are missing? Asked Qin Shun. You can name your price. Are you sure you want to know? It won't change anything? After seeing the determination in these people's eyes, she smiled before telling them her price. A bit expensive, muttered Huang Yuan. I know your divine Tao league is poor, so you can owe me a favor instead, said Mo Xingyun, making Fong Lijuan grit her teeth. No need. I can still afford such a price. Mo Xingyun shrugged her shoulder before sending the group a sole contract with her signature. And after they all signed, she told them the reason for their failure. Sun Jiaolong sighed. Is the difference between us so great? Now you understand, added Mo Xingyun. Of course, you guys could still walk the orthodox path like DT. Everyone sneered. Who wants to keep reincarnating while suffering countless trials and tribulations? How do you know so much? Asked Fong Lijuan. You don't need to know that. Now, what about our alliance? Any decision? I agree, said Chun Chun, without hesitation. He remembered the humiliation he suffered at Su Shi's hands in front of the secret realm. He did not want to feel so weak and powerless again. I agree, Sun Jiaolong said. Wang Wei took the human destiny sword from him, ruining a lot of his plan and drastically weakening him. Although the demon destiny sword has made up for some of his losses, it was not enough. Furthermore, he has not discovered the sea race's destiny sword. I agree, said Huang Yuan while clutching his hand. All his life, he has been undefeated, suppressing anyone who stood in his way to the top. However, after coming to the Myriad Emperor world, he has suffered defeats after defeats. Although he had adjusted his mindset years ago, sometimes he cannot help but wonder whether it would be best to remain an overlord in the lower realm than suffer this kind of humiliation at the hands of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan did not regret his decision. He did not want to be a phoenix amongst a group of chickens. I agree, said Fong Lijuan, the person with the least emotional change after this decision since she facilitated this alliance. Over the years, she had to learn to control her pride and not be influenced by her bloodline or the false glory of the Divine Tao League. So, no matter the method used, she must prove the Tao. I also agree, said Mo Xingyun with her usual charming smile that seems like she's always scamming somebody. Despite her calm demeanor, she feared that some of these people would be scared by her information and decide to seal themselves and compete with another generation. Luckily, these people know that this glorious age is a time full of destiny, granting them the highest chance of becoming an eternal emperor. In any other generation, they have to rely entirely on their natural talent. Unfortunately, no one here can confidently say they could accomplish such a feat. If we want to form an alliance, we must hide from Wang Wei for a while. His fate-reading ability is really annoying, said Sun Jiaolong. However, he will learn of this alliance eventually. Most likely, but the longer we can hide from him, the more advantageous the situation is for us, said Mo Xingyun. Plus, we also need to guard against his fate shadow guards. These pesky things seem to have amazing infiltrating abilities. Do you know something we don't? Asked Fong Lijuan. I know a lot of things you don't. For example, DT sleepers are even more elite than Wang Wei's fate shadow guard. So, I will sell you guys some method to prevent them from infiltrating your armies in general. Army in general? Wait, does that mean these two have already infiltrated our factions? Asked Sun Jiaolong. What do you think? So, you'll help keep our armies pure, but not our faction? It's too risky if you guys started to clean up your factions. Wang Wei would notice something wrong. Plus, my methods do not guarantee you can find all their spies. Everyone in this room was intelligent, so they quickly caught into something. In these short 2 meetings, Mo Xingyun managed to shift the power balance of the entire alliance in her favor. Without them even realizing it, she became the de facto leader, and there seems to be nothing they can do to change that fact. Do we need a name for our alliance? Asked Mo Xingyun, who could guess what these people were thinking. I say we call it the Suppressing Fate Alliance. How does the name make sense if we target Di Tian and Wang Wei? I like the name. Plus, I feel he is more of a threat. The others looked at each other before nodding in agreement. In the current stages of the alliance, Mo Xingyun had the advantage. So, it's no problem to bend to her when it comes to minor things such as this. Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei opened his eyes before muttering, "The month is already approaching?" He then looked at all the crystals before him with a smile. He raised his head to look at the 360 future Buddha self, and his smile became more radiant. "Are you done?" asked Wang Wuqing. "Yes, we can leave. But can I come back to cultivate? Bring back the deceiving Heaven Longevity Art, and you can do whatever you want." Wang Wei smiled. "Don't go back on your words." Then the 2-3 left this eerie place. And as soon as Wang Wei arrived outside, he received a communication talisman from Shadow 2 about the battle in front of the secret realm. Chapter 527. Accord. Wang Wei watched the battle through the talisman. He first saw what happened to Feng Lijuan and Huang Yuan before watching what happened to others. A primordial aura emanated from Su Shi's body before punching Qinshun with enormous force. An innate defensive armor appeared on his body, followed by dozens quasi-emperor tier defensive artifacts. However, her punch broke these artifacts before sending Chun flying away. From what Wang Wei can determine, he was probably uninjured, but the punch sent him flying so far away that he was out of the fight. After that, a few unimportant mobs tried to stop Su Shi, but she flew past them to go home. Meanwhile, after suppressing Huang Yuan and injuring Feng Lijuan, Feng Hung turned into a black and white rainbow before flying away. No one could stop his speed. A few people tried to set up a formation to defeat Huafeng Wang, but she released an aura that instantly suppressed these people and rendered them immobile. Then, she grew Phoenix's wings on her back before flying away. Mo Xingyun attacked Jingwu Hua. With a wave of her hand, numerous spatial cuts attacked her opponent. However, the latter did not move an inch. Every time the slashes approached her, they would burn upon contact with her. After a few attacks, Mo Xingyun frowned before stopping and leaving, and Jingwu Hua flew to the sun. "She's not even trying," thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He then returned home before getting busy. There was a transplanar transmission array in the sect connected to the worlds his incarnations habited. He had the puppets he left there to protect these worlds and build it for immediate access to them in case of an emergency. Wang Wei used them to add the time crystals in the time acceleration arrays. The next day, he prepared his team to go to the second round of the trial. This time around, it was him, Li Jun, and Shadow 2 who went. Tai Gang was in another Middle Thousand world, and Yin Liling entered seclusion to continue working on the automated cauldron. Wang Wei injected his origin essence into the token. A flash of light enveloped the three, and they disappeared. And as soon as they arrived at their destination, Wang Wei did not check the environment, but took out a talisman. "Ancestor, are you there?" "Yes, I followed you." "Oh, what's the situation?" "There are many other immortal powerhouses from other world communities." "As expected." "Well, thank you for everything." "Don't mention it." After putting the talisman away, he finally looked around to notice his environment. He was currently in an ancient city with many houses. With a quick check around, he found nothing unusual. Some information appeared in his mind, pointing him to his mansion's location. Wang Wei followed it to arrive at a region of the city where a group of villas was placed together. He looked in the distance and saw Feng Hung and Huafeng Wang had just arrived. "It seems we are grouped based on our world community." Wang Wei looked at their mansion for a moment before raising his hand to create a small cube in his palm. He controlled the cube to enter the house, which emanated strange spatial fluctuation for a moment before returning to normal. The three then walked into the mansion. The odd thing is after reaching 5 meters from it, they suddenly disappeared and reappeared in this ample space. The mansion was in the middle of the space, and the surrounding was vast green plains. In the blue sky full of clouds, the sun shone brightly. A secret realm? The young master can instantly create such a large secret realm with a perfect ecosystem, thought Shadow 2 under his hood. Cultivators can create secret realms or small dimensions in the void-shattering realm. However, the process is different for everybody based on their capabilities. Most cultivators require days to create their secret realm, let alone the ecosystem. And some weak ones cannot even do it without help from things like void stone or other spatial elements resources. Wang Wei did not know about Shadow 2's internal turmoil as he raised his hand in the sky to create countless arrays. As for his current feat, it is nothing but a combination of space and order law. With spatial law, it is easy for him to create a dimension instantly. As for the environment, he used order laws to establish the rules of this dimension, changing it from its disordered state to a state of order. He established the rules that there needs to be grass, a blue sky, clouds, and shining sun, and so these things appeared to form a coherent and natural environment, a place or order. After establishing the arrays, the group entered the mansion and saw the shocked look of the servants chosen to serve their daily life. Wang Wei read these people's fate line and determined nothing was wrong with their background, so he left them. Meanwhile, outside, Feng Heng and Jingwu Hua looked at the mansion that seemed no different from usual. However, their eyes could see this mansion was no longer in the same space as them. Feng Heng saw the most with his eyes and could only sigh at this beautiful application of laws. After sighing, he entered his mansion before setting up arrays too. "So, what is our next step of action?" asked Li Jun while looking around. "We need to contact the other 5, said Wang Wei before taking out 5 jade talismans that flew into the others' mansions. A few minutes later, the others' projections appeared before him. "Lady Hua, it's been a while since we last met and chatted. How have you been?" said Wang Wei with a smile. "Very well, actually. How about you, young Master Wang?" "To be frank, the past few thousand years have not been great. However, I'm here and breathing. I guess I should not complain. Lady Jingwu, Lady Tong, I believe this is our first meeting." "Believe it or not, I know a lot about you," said Tong Ruobing with a sweet and innocent smile. "Oh, how so?" "Not important, but I owe a lot of my success to you." "Is that so?" "That's news to me," replied Wang Wei, thinking about the slight karmic connection he sensed he had with her after seeing her for the first time in the secret realm. It's a shame he could not gather more information with it. "Lady Su, I'm deeply sorry for your loss." "Are you?" asked Su Shi back. "No, but it costs nothing to say a few nice words, so why not say it?" Su Shi squinted her eyes at him, but did not say more. "I don't mean to be rude, but can you please be direct with your purpose?" said Jingwu Hua. "I never liked you humans' concept of small talk or pleasantries." "So be it," said Wang Wei, not minding her words. "Before the second round, I want us to come to a small agreement. Don't sell each other's information." The 5 pondered the significance of these words. In this competition, information will become valuable. One of the first things many people will do is gather as much information as possible on the Heaven Chosens from different communities. And one of the fastest ways to gather information is to exchange information from people in your world community with others, or maybe even sell it for a high price. However, this agreement would make it harder for foreign competitors to acquire information about them, thus providing them some leverage. The latest _SODIs are on website. "I agree," said Tong Ruobing. Then the others did as well, including the quiet Feng Heng and somber Su Shi. The only person who did not say anything was Jingwu Hua, who frowned while still deep in thought. This accord was not beneficial to her at all. It could even be said it targeted her. Jingwu Hua never showed up since the beginning of this generation, so the information about her was minimal to the point of being useless. She is an emperor offspring, so signing this accord was detrimental since she could not sell these people's information. The problem is if she said no, she could tell they would immediately band together to suppress her even before the trial began. She squinted her eyes, looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes before saying, "I agree. Excellent. I will send the contract." Wang Wei used a contract he created. It involved a soul contract and a grand Tao oath, which is even more restrictive than a personal oath or a heavenly Tao oath. Anyone who violates it would suffer a terrible backlash. He also ensured there was no loophole, like although they could not sell the information, someone close to them could sell it. He is so meticulous because he did not know whether emperor offsprings had the natural ability to resist contracts or oath backlash. So, he wanted to be careful. Nevertheless, he also understood this method would not entirely prevent others from acquiring information about them. After all, cultivators could use many investigative techniques to obtain information. After everyone signed the agreement, they ended the communication to do their things. Wang Wei then sent Shadow 2 to investigate. Now that he had time, Wang Wei decided to check on his chat group. Chapter 5, 28 Debt Paying Mad King. I just entered the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, Tier 3, and destroyed at least 10 small sections. Great day. Scholar, how many sects have you destroyed? Don't you feel guilty for all the lives in your hand? Mad King. Guilt? What is that? Anyway, I have absorbed these people's flesh, blood, and soul in exchange for many karma points. Now, I have some income to spend. Scholar, I still think giving people like you power is wrong. Doctor, I concur with this sentiment. Mad King, you guys just don't have what it takes to reach the top of the cultivation world. I bet you goody two-shoes are still in the body refining realm because you won't use drastic measures for cultivation. Doctor, for your information, I'm now at the peak of the true Yuan realm, Tier 2, and about to enter the Meridian Opening realm. Scholar, I'm already in the middle stage of the Meridian Opening realm. Mad King, how is that possible? How can you be so quick? Scholar, you're not the only one who can use luck to cultivate. Mad King, did you also become the king of a dynasty? No, your temperament and ideals do not fit the sovereign path. Did you become the prime minister of a fortune dynasty? Scholar, huh? Despite your title, you're pretty intelligent. Mad King, what a rude bastard. Whatever. Doctor, how come your cultivation is so fast? Doctor, I don't know talent. Mad King, please. Who amongst us is not talented? Otherwise, we would not be there. Doctor, in that case, I don't know. Mad King, give me a moment. A few minutes later. Mad King, I know. You're using the power of incense. Doctor, what do you mean? Mad King, every time you treat a patient that thanks you with their heart, their emotions turn into incense which boosts your cultivation level. This is part of your cultivation technique. Doctor, how fascinating. Wait, how do you know this? Mad King, I use the search function. Scholar, elaborate, please. Mad King, don't you guys know? If you want to know something, you can use the search function. Then, an answer will be given to you along with the prize for that answer. Assassin, Mad King, are you rich? Mad King, compared to you lots, I guess I am. Assassin, then, can you lend me some karma points? Mad King, can't you buy whatever you want with a loan? Assassin, I tried that, but it said I could not receive any more loans because of the high debt from the cultivation technique. Mad King, what do you want to buy? And why do you want to buy it? Please tell the truth. Assassin, fine. I was part of an organization that took orphans at a young age and trained them with cruel methods to be assassins for hire. After getting the cultivation technique and reaching the true Yuan realm, I slaughtered everybody for what they did to me. However, I also learned they were nothing but a mortal branch of one of the top factions in the cultivation world. So, I need to buy a Tier 9 talisman to destroy that faction. Inside a throne room, the Mad King sat on his golden dragon throne with his eyes closed. After reading that Assassin wanted to buy a Tier 9 level resource, he hesitated. Even with all the sects he slaughtered, he barely had enough karma points to purchase a Tier 6 resource. So how could he lend her his money? Additionally, why would she need such a high-level resource? There are plenty of ways for her to hide and remain undetected through the chat group. So, things were not as simple as Assassin stated. Nevertheless, the Mad King quickly thought about something he recently realized. The cultivation technique he cultivated was powerful beyond measure. In one of the small sects he destroyed, he found an incomplete cultivation technique that belonged to a powerful sect in his world. And that sect is one of the most powerful factions in the entire world. The Mad King then compared that technique with the one he cultivated, and he could only say it was dog shit when compared. Although that technique only contained the first two realms, he could still see the vast difference. So, he had an idea. Mad King, I agree to lend you all my points, but I have a few conditions. Assassin, please say. Mad King, firstly, I want a 5-time return on borrowed points. Assassin, deal. Assassin thought he would ask more, and she was prepared to be taken advantage of. Mad King, secondly, I want you to train a group of elite assassins for me, and they must obey me and only me. Don't leave any secret backhand on them, so you can control them when needed. Assassin pondered for a moment and realized the Mad King's purpose was to take advantage of the uniqueness of her cultivation technique. Like him, she also learned how unique it was. Before that, she planned to change to another one after reaching the martial intent realm, Tier 4, to not pay for all the karma points. After all, with this technique, she could understand shadow and space intent. Then, all she had to do was switch to another decent technique and integrate her intent into that technique. Unfortunately, after infiltrating and stealing a few techniques from Tier 4 and 5 sects, she realized how horrible these native techniques were compared to the one she's using. And although she had not seen those Tier 9 sects techniques, she did not think they would be as good as hers. Assassin, I agree with your condition, but how do I get the trained people to you? Mad King, as I said before, you guys need to use the search function more often. We can travel to each other's worlds through transmission arrays. The only issue is the high price. However, there are less expensive options like paying for a void boat voyage, but those take time to travel between worlds. But you can also pay extra to expedite the voyage. The other four became serious after learning this news. This information changed the dynamic of the entire group. Assassin, good to know. Does anyone else want to lend me some money? No one answered her. Assassin, am willing to return you 3 times the amount. Still no answer. Assassin, I thought you guys were smart. I can't believe the Mad King is the only wise man here. New novel chapters are published on LibRead. CM, Scholar, what do you mean by that? Assassin, after I destroy the Tier 9 sect, I will have access to all their resources so that I won't lack any karma points. So, there is no need to worry about repaying you. Scholar, Dr. Mad King, she could even lend some karma points afterward to destroy Tier 9 sects in our world, so we can have more resources. Assassin, exactly. Plus, Scholar, I doubt you won't need my help training a few elite assassins for you. Scholar, fine, I'll lend you my money. Don't forget your promise. Although Scholar considered himself a loyal minister, he understood the mind of a sovereign is fickle. So, there is nothing wrong with having some secret force underneath him. Doctor, me too. The doctor was slightly guilty that his action would result in the death of countless people. However, he had a sense of urgency after learning they could travel to each other worlds. He needed to be as strong as possible to protect his world from the very likely invasion of these people, especially the Mad King. So, he told himself it was all right since he was not the one killing these people. The karma of their death should not fall on his head. Butcher, I just got online and read the conversation. I'll also lend you some of my savings. Afterward, the group sent Assassin their karma points using the chat group as a contract guarantee. Deep in an underground hideout, Assassin sat cross-legged on a cushion. She opened her eyes when a talisman appeared in her hand. Finally got it, she muttered. With the others' points, mainly the Mad King, and her savings after stealing from a few dozens of sects, she finally had enough to buy this talisman. Based on my analysis, my backlash for stealing luck will most likely come from the killing temple learning of my action and hunting them down. But what if I destroy them before they become my backlash? The backlash would be gone, or prolongedly delay. Even if it does not work, I bet the killing temple has a few innate treasures. Hopefully, it is as strong as the description, muttered Assassin before leaving the base. Meanwhile, Wang Wei read their chat before checking the inventory. Most of the things these guys exchanged were useless items between Tier 1 and 4. However, Wang Wei truly valued the lifespan and luck they exchanged. Every time these people steal someone's luck, 20% of it goes to him. Additionally, people like Assassin, Mad King, and Butcher also absorb their targets' or victims' flesh, blood, soul, and lifespan. Wang Wei needed luck and lifespan as sacrifices to boost his comprehension. He has a long way to go to catch up to Di Tian's Golden Law Tree. After checking the inventory, he focused on Assassin. Without hesitation, she traveled to the location of the Killing Temple and activated the talisman. Then, a giant hand descended from the sky, descending on the temple. Numerous martial artists in the True World realm, Tier 9, appeared in the sky and manifested their world to block that hand. Unfortunately, that talisman contained 50% of Wang Wei's strength. So, the hand annihilated these worlds without stopping its momentum. Bang! The magnificent temple shook tremendously before being destroyed. All the disciples, elders, deacons, and even the sect master died. Oddly, they just died with their bodies and souls intact. It was as if they just died without any causes or reasons. Assassin frowned after seeing all these perfect, intact bodies lying on the floor. With her cultivation level, she could not understand what was wrong with these people, so she hurriedly used the search function. She then learned these people's bodies were preserved in case she wanted to absorb their luck and sacrifice their bodies and lifespan. Furthermore, she also realized the attack also preserved the resource hall of the temple. Suddenly, Assassin received a message directly in her mind asking if she wanted to use some karma points to get rid of the temple members not present in the main branch. She then realized her mistake, or an oversight on her part. The Killer Temple had many branches scattered across the world, and many of these branches have Tier 9 powerhouses. Once they learned she destroyed their sect, they would hunt her down until the end of the earth. So is this my true luck backlash? So, she quickly contacted the chat group and agreed. Immediately, Assassin felt she was connected to a mighty and supreme being, Lord of Destiny. Her eyes changed as she saw thousands of invisible yellow threads connecting from the destroyed temple to different parts of the world. She also saw all these threads were connected to her. Then, an invisible blade appeared to cut off all the threads, and with each one severe, Assassin knew that one of the temple branch assassins was dead, but it appeared as if they were erased from the world. The Lord of Destiny's power wiped out all their memories and trace of existence. As she experienced this scene, she had a look of envy and yearning. Then, she quickly collected herself. She rushed toward the sect's resources hall, and a small light entered her forehead on her way there. She was scared at first, but calmed down after realizing it was information about the location of the sect's precious resources. At her destination, Assassin was not surprised the previous attack had destroyed the temple's formation. So, with no hindrance, she rushed to a specific destination. To innate treasures? It seems my luck is good. She only needed one to pay her initiation debt, so she wondered what to do with the second. However, Assassin did not hesitate before choosing to exchange it. With the second innate treasure, she had enough karma points to pay for her cultivation technique and the price of having Destiny Lord take action, with enough left over to repay all her debts and still be considered rich. Wang Wei looked at the two innate treasures in his hand. Although they were only the lowest level, he did not mind. He can still exchange for ultimate level innate herb with the sect, as long as he pays for the difference. A few strings of chaos chi produced by his chi flower are more than enough to make up for the difference. Maybe I should destroy a few sects in great thousand worlds to get the resources I need, muttered Wang Wei, who shook his head soon after. There was a better option, stealing. With his ability, the sect's protection arrays were nothing to him, so he could infiltrate their resources hall and take what he wanted. He did not have to mindlessly slaughter. Although he was not affected by karma, he didn't like large-scale slaughter unless necessary. After coming up with this idea, Wang Wei acted. He first sent these two innate treasures to his clone back in the sect so it could exchange the resources he needed. He also instructed it to send them to the incarnations. Then, He placed one of his spirit particles in a puppet and ordered him to use the soul network to start divining worlds with sects that may have innate treasures. As Wang Wei watched the puppet's work, he sighed out loud. Ever since he arrived in this place, his intuition has told him to gather the resources for the incarnation as soon as possible. As such, he suddenly had a sense of urgency. He then focused on the chat group again. I need someone to help me gather incense, and the doctor's method is too slow because of his conservative approach. So, Wang Wei decided to find another person to add to the group. He originally wanted to create a fake account to secretly motivate these people to get karma points, but Assassin's actions made this idea futile. Wang Wei then searched for someone in the same category of these five, with the difference that person wanted to be worshipped. A few hours later, he found another person in another Middle Thousand world. Then, the members receive a message. Ding! Wannabe God has joined the chat group. Chapter 529. First and Second. A young farmer with a rake looked dazed in the distance with a shocked look. A few seconds later, he muttered, "Chat group? Ha 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 ha. Shally, what's wrong?" asked an older man next to him. "Peasant, don't talk to me. I'm the man destined to rule the heavens." The older man looked at him calmly before ignoring him. This was not the first time Shally had said these random and ridiculous things. Meanwhile, Shally did not mind the other's reaction as he knew he was telling the truth this time. So, he put his tool away before running to his small house. He was currently receiving much information and needed time to process them. Mad King, a newcomer? Please introduce yourself. Scholar, I did not even know we could have new members. Doctor, welcome, fellow Taoist. Wannabe God, I knew I was destined for greatness. I give you permission to worship this God. Mad King, Scholar, Doctor, Assassin, an idiot, Butcher. Well, this explains the name. Wannabe God, where is the Lord of Destiny? Come give this God the startup cultivation technique. Everyone read this message with terror on their faces, unable to process what was happening. And before they could even do that, they found themselves in the meeting room they first met. Wang Wei calmly looked at the young farmer without saying anything. Meanwhile, Wannabe God felt his soul was slowly being squeezed out into pace with that single look. Sweats fell from his very soul as his life flashed across his eyes. I can eliminate your entire existence with a single thought before making you regret you ever existed between heaven and earth, Wang Wei said calmly. Do you know this? Wannabe God took all his willpower to nod his head. As long you understand that, nodded Wang Wei. I have no problem with you having goals, dreams, ambitions, or desires. This is the exact reason you are here today. But you should know your limitation, know your weight. I'm sorry for what I said. It's fine. Just be mindful of your actions or words when you are weak. Wannabe God clenched his hands as he understood the message. He was too weak. Tell me what you want for your cultivation technique. Ever since I was young, I've only wanted to be worshipped by everyone. Man, woman, nobles, kings, etc. So that's what I want. In that case, the path of sovereign God is perfect. You can establish a fortune dynasty to gather chi, luck, and incense. You can conquer myriad races and worlds, garnering their awe and worship. Be mindful, though. Your strength can drastically increase with the power of incense, but it will also restrict you. If you lose your worshippers, you will lose your strength. Is that acceptable? Yes, immediately replied Wannabe God. Very well. Your total is 14. 7 million karma points. A booklet flew in front of Wannabe God, and after accepting it, Wang Wei looked at the others before disappearing. Everyone remained quiet while looking at this crazy new member. Assassin, can you lend me some points now? I want to destroy the most powerful sect in my world and plunder their resources, said the Mad King after sighing in relief. He still had the most expensive technique. Me as well, said the Butcher, who did not like mass killing. He preferred one-on-one killing, where he could savor the victim's pain, suffering, and despair. Nevertheless, he also understood the need for resources to become stronger. Give me one too, said the Scholar. The most powerful dynasty in my world is my way. Not you too, Scholar, said the doctor. "I thought you were one of the few people in this group with morals." "I have morals, but the Great Sioux dynasty treated people worse than dogs. Moreover, I have news that they have been selling humans to the demon race to maintain peace. They've gone too far." The assassin smiled before saying, "No problem. I will even loan each of you the money to buy a talisman with more than one attack." She then looked at the doctor. "Are you sure you don't want one? I'm sure your world has some problems that need brute strength to solve." The doctor became lost in thought. His world indeed had problems, and a lot of them. The martial artist factions constantly fought for wealth, power, and fame. And as a result, the common people died every day as casualties. Maybe with absolute strength, he could stop the fighting indefinitely or by an extended period of peace and stability. "I also want a loan," said the doctor, making Assassin smile under her hood. "Excellent." Then she gave him the loan. As for Wannabe God, she did not ask him. Wannabe God was a new person, and he had offended the Destiny Lord. She did not know whether he would survive long despite the Lord not minding his behavior. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched this interaction. After the exchange, these people went on a killing spree, and, as expected, they acquired some innate herbs. Each had 2, with the Mad King acquiring a shocking total of 4. Each group member exchanged their 2 innate treasures. One was to pay for their initiation debt, and the other to pay for their cultivation debt. It's a shame the Mad King did not exchange the last 2 treasures. "Now, only the last resource group is left," muttered Wang Wei after taking out the innate resources. He only needed 10 more innate herbs for the last incarnation, which alleviated the warning signs his intuition gave him. Nevertheless, he would not stop his business of raising leek, as some protagonist in his past life would call them. After all, he now had ambitions to convert all the materials in his main body into Chow level ones. Wang Wei looked at the people in the chat while muttering, "Now that all of you are rich, you will stop relying on me. This can't be allowed." He accessed the original 5's Fate line and added a few Nexus Fate events that would force them to use the points in their hands and continue relying on his power. He also took his time with the Mad King, since he wanted the remaining 2 innate resources. As for Wannabe God, he was still in his early stage of development, so there was no need to make things difficult for him, at least not yet. Finally, Wang Wei focused on his puppet, who was still searching for worlds with innate treasures to steal. Unfortunately, he did find nothing as of yet, and Wang Wei was not surprised. It would not be surprising if these 6 people's worlds were the only place in the Martial Supreme world community with innate resources, at least in the lower realm. For example, Wang Wei has been searching the lower realm of the Myriad Emperor world community for many years, but found nothing, even with his divination. Furthermore, he knew the reason he could gather these resources so quickly was a combination of his Tao Overlord's luck being on the rise and his strategic mind. From now, things will require a bit more effort. Through the Trials token, Wang Wei received the news that a dinner party with all the Trials participants would take place a week from now. So, he used this time to gather as much information as possible through Shadow 2. As he expected, the information was not much, mainly since some world communities might have used the same tactics. Nevertheless, he still gathers some crucial basic information. For example, 12 world communities participated in this trial, counting the Myriad Emperor. Of these 12 communities, Wang Wei paid attention to 2, Star Beast World Community and the Emperor Tao World Community. The Star Beast World tied the Myriad Emperor world for the number of eternal emperors, 8. Furthermore, the entire Endless Void acknowledged that their cultivation system has the greatest battle prowess. It's a shame that even their quasi-emperor could only live up to 50,000 years due to that system. As for the Emperor Tao world, they are first on the list with a total of 10 eternal emperors. Of course, Wang Wei did not take the list seriously as he knew the Myriad Emperor used to be first, but too many eternal emperors died, plus the one or ones hiding in the Forbidden Lands do not count. Shadow Toe acquired some basic cultivation techniques from these world communities, so Wang Wei wanted to know about them. The Star Beast world's cultivation system is very rudimentary. It is divided into 9 ranks. The first stage of cultivation is to condense a rank 1-star beast body, usually between 5 meters to 100 meters. And every time the cultivator rises in rank, the body's height will increase to the point of being as big as galaxies. The entire system involves increasing the size of the body. What makes it the strongest battle-oriented system is the process of condensing these bodies. The Star Beast World's cultivators use anything under heaven and earth to increase their ranks. Spiritual herbs, ores, energy of any kind, laws, souls, flesh and blood, heart demon, etc. Anything they can find, they will absorb to increase their body size. So, fighting any of them is like simultaneously fighting a fleshly body master, energy-controlling expert, and soul savant. Then there's the constant, non-stop fighting of that world because of how precious every single piece of resource is. Every Star Beast cultivator is fighting madmen. They have to, otherwise they won't get the resources to cultivate. With such a short lifespan, how does their heaven will battle operates? Thought Wang Wei before searching for the answer in the information. From the information, Wang Wei knew that the Star Beast cultivators exchange many life-extending resources with other world communities so they can live long enough until their heaven will battle. If not, they will seal themselves before their lifespan runs out. As a result of this circumstance, the Star Beast world is very friendly to immortal-based world communities since they usually have the most resources related to longevity. After reading this, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a business opportunity. The Star Beast world might have connections to other world communities, but what about the lower realm? He does not think the Great and Middle Thousand world will have a way to contact them, so he wanted to target them. So, he decided to meet someone from the Star Beast world to get some information. Chapter 530 Fate Palace. Wang Wei did not immediately leave as he wanted to understand the cultivation system of the Emperor Dao world, which was attractive to him. The first realm is the body-tempering realm, involves training and purifying the body. The unique part about this realm is that they constantly destroy and rebuild their bodies, similar to some cultivation techniques in Nirvana. Energy Sea realm is a realm similar to the Divine Sea realm, which focuses on gathering and condensing energy. The main difference is that the cultivators in the system have to create something called spiritual foundation inside their bodies. There are 9 spiritual foundations. Soul realm is the third stage. As the name implied, this is a realm related to the soul. However, the way the Emperor Dao world reached this realm is different from the norm. The cultivators must experience myriad emotions and desires and use these intense feelings to temper their spirits and condense their souls. It seems similar to incense, but not quite, thought Wang Wei before continuing to read. The fourth realm is the Dao Declaration realm, which is the most important in this cultivation technique because of how much must be accomplished. The primary purpose of this realm is for cultivators to declare or decide their own Dao or path, similar to how cultivators in the Divine Body realm have to do in the Myriad Emperor world. However, the Dao Declaration realm is more strict on the requirements. For example, all the heaven chosen from the Emperor Dao world will be sent to the lower realm for trial and tribulations while having memories of their background seal. If they do not reach the peak of the Dao Declaration realm, they will not get their memories back. The more Wang Wei read about this realm, the more he shook his head. Too many things were happening in this short realm. The Dao Declaration realm is divided into 4 stages: 33 question stage, 66 question stage, 99 question stage, and 100 question stage. To go through the stages, cultivators have to study the laws and mystery of heaven and earth. Not comprehend, but study. By studying countless notes and esoteric scriptures of ancient sages, wise men, and even powerful cultivators, these cultivators can understand how the worlds and laws operate. In the Myriad Emperor world, Heaven Chosen has to go through a similar thing, but only when they are children to establish a foundation for them. However, the Emperor Dao world integrate this aspect into their cultivation system. In the first stage, 33 question, cultivators must study enough about the body to temper it to the point of withstanding the law. In the second stage, 66 questions, they must understand enough about the soul to elevate its strength and quality based on the individual's talent. In the third stage, 99 question, sublimate the soul into the law soul, similar to primordial spirit or true soul. In the final stage, and the stage where the upper realm geniuses could unseal their memories, they have to elevate the previous energy in their bodies to a higher one. While doing all this, these cultivators also have to find their Tao or path and have enough conviction in their decision to move to the next realm. Otherwise, they would be stuck in this realm. I understand the purpose of the soul in Tao Declaration realm is to temper the state of mind, willpower, and Tao heart, but it seems too much is happening at once, commented Wang Wei before continuing reading. The fifth realm is the law realm, further divided into sensing law, see law, touch law, and comprehend law. This is a step-by-step guide on comprehending and wielding the law. This is the basic realm that involves the laws found in many cultivation systems. The only noteworthy aspect is that some heaven-chosens are rewarded with something called law essence by heavenly Tao if they are powerful and talented enough. The law essence can nourish their bodies to make them stronger and boost their comprehension of specific laws. After comprehending 50% of their primary and 40% of minor laws, the next step is to condense them in the spiritual foundation into cores, hence the name of this realm, law core. The law cores can be created for one law, multiple, or one core for all the laws, similar to how Wang Wei fuses the different law aspects of fate into one. Wang Wei realized that this spiritual foundation system provides great battle strength to cultivators in this stage because of law resonance. These cultivators can have multiple cores inside their bodies, then use them to resonate with each other or the laws of heaven and earth and borrow their power. So, the cultivators in the Emperor Tao world are most likely very versatile in their fighting methods. The seventh realm is the domain realm, where the law cores are condensed into a domain seed. And just like the myriad Emperor world, cultivators must focus on expanding and controlling their domains. The eighth realm is the incarnation realm. Through deeper comprehension, the domain seed has turned into fruits of law in the first stage of this realm. And in the second stage, they ripened into incarnation of self. Cultivators do not have to consciously manipulate laws at this stage, as the incarnation will do it for them. The ninth stage is the true self realm, where the cultivators fused with their incarnation, boosting their control of the laws to another level. In each cultivation stage, cultivators condensed a spiritual foundation for a total of 9. And to reach the quasi-emperor realm, they must fuse all 9 spiritual foundations into an Emperor Tao foundation. During the fusion, cultivators can experience everything that previously occurred in their lives, thus sublimating their state of mind and Tao heart in the process. Additionally, during the fusion, the Emperor Tao world cultivators will slightly boost their comprehension to elevate their understanding of the Tao. According to rumors Shadow 2 gathered, this boost will remain in some cultivators after acquiring the heaven while comprehending the grand Tao source, but there is no proof yet. After reading the entire thing, Wang Wei compared the origin system with the spiritual foundation system. The overall difference is how these two systems approach laws. The origin system focused more on a deeper understanding of the law, while the spiritual foundation system focused more on subtle control of the law. For example, the higher energy created in the fourth stage of the Tao Declaration realm is fused with laws comprehended in the next realm. This is not the same for origin essence, which serve as a boost and power source for cultivators to use the law. Meanwhile, the Emperor Tao world cultivators fuse their energy with the law to better control. They use their soul, spirit, body, and even energy to control the law. The downside to this method is that if something went wrong with these cultivators' energy, their control of the law would decrease. And if something went wrong with their laws, they would be almost useless. Meanwhile, if something went wrong with the origin system cultivator's energy, they can still use their laws to fight. And if something is wrong with their laws, they can still use their energy to fight. Furthermore, because of how the Tao Declaration realm functioned, there are bound to be many cultivators forever stuck in that realm, meaning that the Myriad Emperor world has way too many high-level cultivators than the Emperor Tao world. However, they have higher quality cultivators. And if Wang Wei had to choose which system was better, he had to admit it was the spiritual foundation system, despite some of its flaws, especially when it comes to the boost with comprehending the Grand Tao source. If it's true, he could foresee that they should have a higher number of second- and first-class great emperors throughout their history than the Myriad Emperor world. As for the reasons they do not have even more eternal emperors, it could be because of luck or because the Myriad Emperor world has gone through many hanging catastrophes that force geniuses from all walks of life to rise. Or the boost does not apply to understanding Tao will and existence. Or a combination of the three. After analyzing this cultivation system, Wang Wei had many thoughts and ideas. The first one was to create something similar to the spiritual foundations with his incarnation. He would call it Fate Palace instead, and his purpose is that when they fuse, it can sublimate his understanding and control of Fate Tao. This might be how I can reach a golden law tree, thought Wang Wei with excitement before rapidly calming down. To accomplish this, he would also need to learn from the incarnation of self concept of the spiritual foundation system and recreate it. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind on how to accomplish these things. He could tell by doing this that he would elevate his force control skill to a higher level when it comes to law. The only problem facing him now was that he only had a quasi-emperor tier cultivation technique from the Emperor Tao world. He wanted to have at least one emperor scripture before proceeding with the plan. Another thing to put on the schedule is to optimize the origin system, he muttered. Wang Wei had long planned to do so, and the reason was not that he learned another system was better than his home world. Based on his plan, the environment of the Myriad Emperor world will revert to ancient times, meaning that the ancient clan and their cultivation system will flourish. Unfortunately, Wang Wei also acknowledged that the origin system could not compare to the ancient one in an environment full of innate qi and maybe even chaos qi. So he could foresee that the majority of cultivators would switch to that system if nothing were done, thus destroying the Qi-Lucy foundation of the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei would not let that happen, so he needed to optimize the origin system. Now, with this inheritance trial, he can access some of the best cultivation systems in the endless void and learn from them. Chapter 531, The Commerce Hub. "You dirty hairless monkey," said a humanoid hyena, looking at a group of people. He spat in front of them before continuing, "You humans disgust me. You are lucky the trial does not allow fighting before the competition begins." After saying that, the hyena walked away to see a handsome young man with beautiful long silver-gray hair. Another disgusting hum. He did not finish his words before he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him, sending chills straight down his soul. He snorted coldly before walking away. The hyena soon arrived at his mansion. "Boss, I just berated a human and humiliated him." A giant black tiger with red markings on its back opened his eyes. "Oh, what did you call them?" "I called them disgusting hairless monkeys and harassed them for over an hour." Of course, he forgot the human that placed the fear of God in him. Well, it's not very original, and the monkey clan has been pressuring us to stop calling humans any words related to them. Nevertheless, you still did your duty. So, with my power granted from the Demon Supremacy Alliance, I will give you some 1,000 community points. Thank you, young Master Yi. With this point, I can almost exchange a bloodline pill to sublimate my bloodline and rise in status. The hyena was genuinely excited. As long as his bloodline can sublimate, he can have a higher status in the Alliance. He could not think of the love of his life. They had loved each other since childhood, but because she was of higher status, he could not be with her due to the laws of the Alliance. However, all that will change once his status is elevated. While the hyena was in deep thought, a humanoid rabbit entered the room. Young Master Yi, I've written a new novel. Oh, let me see. The giant tiger used his divine sense to read for a few minutes before commenting. Not bad. Although it is a typical novel about the years humans oppressed us countless eras ago, you did a good job focusing on their atrocities toward the demon kind. I also like how you portrayed them as beasts with low-level intelligence and violent tendencies. Then there is the emphasis on the bald donkeys and their oppression of our kind through religion. Not bad, not bad. Young Master, did you not like the ending? Well, exterminating humans is a good idea, but it has been done too often. Nevertheless, an excellent novel. It'll give you 7,600 community points. Thank you, young master, said the humanoid rabbit, while the hyena was slightly jealous. It's a shame he had no talent for writing, so he could only use the low-level method of harassing humans to get points. Give me your token, and he'll add the points. The two took out their point token, and the tiger added the point he promised. He then looked at them with his red pupils. Do you remember the DSA's motto? We will eradicate all humans and spread the supremacy of the demon race until we eventually rule the endless void, simultaneously said the rabbit and hyena with a loud voice. Don't forget, we will never. Good, you can leave. As the tiger watched the group leave, a dangerous light flashed across his eyes before closing them and continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched the hyena walk away and muttered, It's weird seeing a demon race so confident and full of himself. After shaking his head, he headed for his destination. He soon arrived in the area where the Star Beast World's people lived. Then, he divined which house would ensure the highest possibility of success before walking to the far corner. He stood in front of the mansion without entering or saying anything. He knew the owner was aware of his existence through the arrays he sensed. Not long after, a woman with a stern look. Although this woman looked like a human, Wang Wei's true eyes could see a shadow of an enormous giant behind her. It was her true body. Who are you? She asked directly. Wang Wei, from the myriad emperor world. She frowned after hearing this, thinking for a moment before closing the door. A few seconds later, she opened it while telling him to follow her to the living room. Soon, Wang Wei saw a young man dressed in regular black clothes in front of a table with tea. His appearance was ordinary compared to cultivators' generally handsome and beautiful appearance. However, the unique or charming part about him was his eyes. He had 8 stars forming a circle inside his pupils. Wang Wei knew this was not a special physique or eye technique. This was a sign that this person had cultivated a rank 8-star beast body, and in each rank he cultivated his body to the pinnacle and beyond. Only true geniuses can have the ancient star symbols in the Star Beast world. With his true vision, he could see the enormous being comparable to a domain back home in size. If he had to give the latter an accurate measurement, that person's actual body was probably as big as 5 galaxies. Fellow Taoist, my name is Mu Lei, Star Beast World, Star Lore Mountain. As he said these words, Wang Wei saw 7 pillars appear on the latter's forehead, with one of them having a star. Wang Wei returned the salute as 9 pillars appeared on his forehead, with 2 of them having stars. Wang Wei, Myriad Emperor World Dao, DAP Opening Sect. Oh, you've heard of us. Of course, there are only 2 factions with 2 eternal emperors, and the other one mysteriously disappeared many years ago. Many people think they have been destroyed. So, your sect is a little famous. I see, replied Wang Wei as he sat in front of Mu Lei. Can I ask what this visit is for? Asked Mu Lei despite having calculated a few possibilities. It'll be direct. I would like the Myriad Emperor world to enter business with the Star Beast world, starting with cooperation between our 2 factions. Mu Lei sipped his tea, thinking about how to respond. This was one of the primary possibilities he thought of, along with forming an alliance. Our Star Beast world is always looking for power communities to exchange with, so you are more than welcome. Because of how their cultivation system was set, resources are everything to the cultivators of the Star Beast world. After all, they can swallow anything to increase their strength. Can I see your energy currency? Asked Mu Lei, and Wang Wei handed him an origin stone and an origin source. Muley opened his mouth and swallowed the stones. His eyes lit up because he discovered an energy source he had never used before and was of very high quality. Do you have any longevity resources? Wang Wei gave him a pill, and Muley did not swallow it as he previously did. Instead, he inhaled the aroma. This pill could increase my lifespan by another 50,000 years. Not bad. Wang Wei's lips twitched after hearing this. This was a perfect quality quasi-emperor pill, refined by him. Typically, this pill could raise a person's lifespan by at least 1 million years or more. But this guy said it could only give him 50,000 years of life. This star beast body system is too radical. With these two products alone, you should have a small place on our market. Do you want the exchange to be only between us? Or do you want to register in the Commerce Hub? Commerce Hub? What's that? Muley looked at him strangely. Have you guys become so reclusive that you don't even know about the hub? I'm ashamed to say we were forced to lay low and recuperate after a few catastrophes. I see. The Commerce Hub is essentially an artificial world established by the Star Beast world connected to different world communities to exchange resources. Before the Great Buddhist Cataclysm, the Myriad Emperor world was one of its most powerful members. Wang Wei frowned as he had a lot of information to process. Firstly, this cataclysm probably referred to the absolute beginning emperor's eradication of Buddhism in the endless void. Secondly, he was concerned about this hub. One of his plans was to connect all the world communities, Heavenwell World, and their lower realm to exchange resources, ideas, cultures, etc. He knew once he succeeded, he would gather a massive amount of merit. But now, he learned one already existed. So, he decided one of the first things he would do after proving the Tao was to either take control of the hub or destroy it. How many communities is this hub connected to? If I remember correctly, about 150, Muley replied, an answer which relieved Wang Wei. He knew there were exactly 3,000 world communities, so as long as he could expand the hub to all of them, he would still get massive merit. And has this hub connected to the lower realm? Of course, replied Muley, making Wang Wei secretly sigh as he knew he could not use his previous plan of cheating members from the lower realm. After that, the two chatted and discussed cooperation. Wang Wei decided to only trade with the Star-Lord Mountain for now and wait for a while before registering with the commercial hub. Then, they signed an agreement. As Muley watched Wang Wei leave, he could not help mutter, "So, the rumors are true. The Myriad Emperor world is going through a rejuvenation." Chapter 532 Dinner Party. Wang Wei walked home with a pondering look. With this conversation, he realized he knew very little about the endless void and needed to change. So, after returning home, he contacted Ancestor Wuching and asked him about the commercial hub. That thing? I remember the Devil Race destroyed it during that era. I guess they rebuilt it. So, the sect has not been part of the hub since the Incense era? That's probably correct. After the Devil catastrophe, didn't anyone think of rejoining? Back then, many of us died or were injured, so no one really cared about the endless void. What about after you recuperated? By then, we had to worry about the rise of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, the 9 Emperor Curse, and the Heaven Devour Emperor, so no one really cared or thought about such a thing. Wang Wei sighed, knowing there was no point in focusing on things like this. What he needed to do was focus on the future. Speaking of the 9 Emperor Curses, what happened? I've never felt its power. After you entered the Duyi realm, Heavenly Tao removed most of the curse's power. And after you became an outlaw, it completely removed all its influences. Do you know the reason? We have calculated a plethora of reasons. The eternal destiny of this generation, the upcoming change of era, the fact you stripped the spirit of epic from the academy, and even that lad's Tion's presence. Anyway, the real reason does not matter. What matters is the fact it's removed. That's true, nodded Wang Wei. What do you think of the sect's alliance with the Star-Lord Mountain and eventually rejoining the commercial hub? You are the sect master, so you can decide these things on your own. And as the sect master, you can dispatch most of the immortal powerhouses in case you want someone to station at the hub. All right, when Wang Ju returns from her retreat, I need someone to help spread the Fate Shadow Guards throughout the endless void. And using the hub as the starting point is a good idea. That's fine. Then, the two ended the conversation. Not long afterward, Li Jun ran into the house with excitement all over his face. What happened? I got some information that may be useful for you. Then, he handed Wang Wei a talisman, which contained an image of him fighting other trial members. How did you get this? Wang Wei knew it was forbidden to fight before the competition began. I convinced these people to fight me through the dream technique. Brilliant, said Wang Wei as he watched these battles and experienced how these power systems functioned. The trial did not only contain people from 12 world communities. The 12 main communities, like the Myriad Emperor World, Star Beast World, and Emperor Dao World, had at least 3 participants, but the others would only have 1 or 2 participants. From what Wang Wei knew, at least 30 to 40 communities participated in this trial. So, Li Jun's information was crucial to him. So, he rested inside for the next few days while viewing these battles. It's a shame that many world communities were smart enough to decline Li Jun's invitation since they knew the importance of information. Finally, the day of the dinner party arrived. Sect Master, Elder Li Jun has left for a while now, said Shadow 2. I know you're trying to remind me not to be late, but I have my reasons, said Wang Wei, who fixed his black martial clothes and appearance. He wanted to wear a white one for this trail, but changed his mind considering his clothes would have the blood of his enemy on them. Although it was a magical artifact with self-cleaning capabilities, he decided otherwise. Sometimes it's good to leave the blood on for intimidation and boost the aura. Blood looks better on black clothes than on white ones. Suddenly, he sensed it was the right time, so he headed to the destination. Meanwhile, Shadow 2 was momentarily confused. From what he knew about the young master, he was not one of these people who liked grand entrances or flashy displays of power. At least most of the time that was true. Wang Wei got into his carriage and flew to the center of this small world where the dinner took place. After showing his token, he walked inside after putting his chariot away. And as he expected, he was the last to arrive, making everybody glance at him. Hello, fellow Taoists, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand and bowed slightly. His voice traveled throughout the entire venue, forcing everybody to focus more on him. As such, Wang Wei senses numerous gazes, curious, intrigued, sneering, disgusted, and even killing ones. Interesting, said another voice that traveled through the entire room, shifting the people's gaze toward the far left of the room. Even Wang Wei had a severe look on his face as he gazed at the person who spoke. It was a handsome young man dressed in a loose, long white robe with blue designs. His long black hair was in a top knot, but he also had a ribbon around his forehead to keep his hair. The young man ignored the gazes surrounding him as he looked at Wang Wei. Unlike martial clothes, which were tight-fitting, the robe had wide sleeves, so he held his right hand sleeve with his left so it would not interfere with his tea. The young man's slow actions emanated a natural charm. It was like heaven and earth would praise his every word and deed simply because he was born noble. Young Master Chu Luo, what do you mean? Asked one of the participants sitting at the same table. Chu Luo looked at the speaker and said, Sometimes it baffles me how weak you people are. What do you mean by that? Said a person at another table. However, Chu Luo did not look at the person but gazed back at Wang Wei. A powerhouse's every action has weights or bearings, which can manifest in the form of karma. This is why no cultivators would dare receive a bow from an emperor without their protection. The weight of the karma would destroy most of them or curse them with misfortune. Chu Luo paused to drink his tea, but people kept staring at him, wondering what this had to do with anything. He shook his head in disappointment before continuing. This man used this concept to place secret karma threads on all of you. The moment he bowed and called you fellow Taoists, he used the weight of his strength to force karma on all of you. What's brilliant about his application of karma law is the people who secretly accepted his bow were the easiest to target. while the others, he still forced the thread on you, without even you knowing it. Chu Luo squinted his eyes. He did not say that such a method would require a great deal of control of karma, but also great intelligence to capture the mindset of all the people in the room. After saying those words, the faces of the people in this room suddenly changed, and they quickly began to use different methods to check their bodies. Meanwhile, the calm and composed Wang Wei looked at Chu Luo before looking at the people in the room. He then classified everybody into different categories. The first group was people who instantly realized what he did, and to his surprise, there was another one beside Chu Luo in the back with a hood covering their faces. The second group was the people who could detect his action after being revealed and use their own method to cut off the karma thread. The third group was the people who could detect the thread but did not have the means to remove it. And finally, the people who could not even notice it. With a gentle smile, Wang Wei walked to the Dao opening sections to the far right, where the other participants gave him a fierce look. All 5 of them belonged to the second group. "What's wrong? You seem more serious than before?" asked Li Jun through divine, since despite the gentle smile on Wang Wei's face. "That guy who spoke, he is dangerous." "Well, since he could detect your method, he should be quite powerful." "No, I mean, he gives me the same vibe as D. Tion." "Are you serious? Does more than one of such a monster truly exists?" "Most likely. Remember the hints I've been getting to finish my incarnations quickly? Most likely it's because of him." Li Jun looked at Chu Luo's table with a severe look. He understood what kind of monster D. Tion was. His big brother was on his way to reaching that level of monstrosity, but he was not there yet. "I have an idea on how to gather some information about him," he said. "How?" After hearing his plan, Wang Wei's lips twitched. "I doubt that would work. I bet he also has an alliance with the other people to prevent information leaks." "No, this guy gives me an arrogant and overconfident vibe. I doubt he would care about information leak." "Well, go for it." I promise not to say anything to Liling. Wang Wei sensed something and looked in the back of the room, where the hooded figure seemed to be staring at him intently. However, Wang Wei only squinted at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, the hooded figure did not stop staring for a few seconds. "Fate-dominating Emperor, I have finally found you. No matter what it takes, I will kill you before you grow up and save all sentient beings in all heaven myriad worlds." Chapter 533, The Rules. Wang Wei felt that he had forgotten something, and right when he was about to try to remember, a bright light appeared in front of the room, and an odd woman wearing a mask appeared. She had the same mask as Lord Spirit, half smiling naively and the other full of cunningness. Unlike Lord Spirit, this woman had a lower body but appeared slightly transparent, like a phantom. She opened her mouth to speak, and a deep male voice came out. "Welcome, fellow heaven-chosens from the endless void." No one cared about the anomaly between her voice and visage. The cultivating world was full of weird and strange things. To make things easier for everyone, you can call me Lord Spirit, and I will be in charge of the trial. Now, before you can enjoy your dinner, I will tell you the rules of this inheritance. There are 8 categories to be tested: fleshly body, soul, energy control, comprehension, Tao heart, willpower, battle prowess, and one final test that I can only say is vital. Lord Spirit paused to give everybody time to process the information before continuing. Based on your result in each category, you will receive points that will determine your ranking. Be mindful that the last test is precious and worth plenty of points. It could be the determining factor of this inheritance trial. Any question? Is it true the deceiving Heaven Longevity Sutra is an insurgent scripture? Ask someone. That is correct. So, any lucky ones who go home with it will significantly contribute to your factions. The aura of the room slightly changed as many people paid close attention. Senior Guxian was from the myriad emperor world. "He will not be biased?" asked another person, raising attention to Wang Wei's table. If that were a problem, the Lord would have just chosen his successor solely from myriad emperor world, replied Lord Spirit calmly. Many people agreed with these words, while some remained skeptical. Nevertheless, Lord Spirit continued. If there is no more question, let's continue to the main event. She waved his hand, and 6 golden chairs appear behind her, labeled 1 through 6. Each stair stood slightly above the others, so the number 1 spot was the highest. For the combat aspect of this trial, things will be a little different. The Lord has chosen 6 seeded players who will receive a token. After the final test, the token can be exchanged for points, and you could guess that the higher the ranking, the more points it is worth. Everyone looked at the trial spirit with fire in their eyes. As the peak geniuses of their respective world, competition has become an integral part of their characters. So, no matter what, they wanted to be the best. There are some rules to follow, continued Lord Spirit, not minding these people's intense emotions. Non-seeded can challenge seeded players at all times and use whatever means necessary to take the token. Seeded players, however, can only challenge the person 1 rank above them. So, the 6th place can only challenge 5th place, 5th place to 4th place, and so on. Furthermore, the seeded challenger needed certain points before challenging another seeded player. Everyone present is intelligent, so they understand the rules. Seeded players could not easily challenge each other, and they needed to perform well on the 8 trials before challenging each other. Meanwhile, the non-seeded players could attack the seeded players to get the token, with no restrictions on the method used. Essentially, a practice heaven will battle with some rules and restrictions, thought Wang Wei, and many people felt the same way. Now, let's begin the selection for the seeded players, said the Lord Spirit with a weird smile, fully playing in the deception persona. In the 6th place, we have Su Shi from the Myriad Emperor world. Her primordial chaos physique is the combination of 9 absolute chaos physiques, and it is something that has never been heard of in the endless void. Everyone looked at the Myriad Emperor world's table, focusing on that beautiful woman that heaven seemed to have taken its time when creating her. Meanwhile, Su Shi frowned after hearing she was only in 6th place. Nevertheless, she walked to the 6th throne and sat down. Lord Spirit watched her with a smile while thinking to himself. It was hard to choose between her and Feng Hong. However, the latter seemed determined to hide his full strength, so he can only lose the spot. The 5th spot goes to Mu Lei from the Star Beast world. The owner of the 2nd heavenly physique, the Heavy Axe physique, and a genius who has received the highest grade of ancient star symbols in 100 generations. Mu Lei calmly walked to his spot, but many people also became nervous once they realized the criteria for these seeded players. The 4th spot goes to Ji Lanfang from the immortal Ascension world, the supreme swordsman with the very earned title of 1 sword. A young man with disheveled hair and a gourd on his waist stood up. Immediately, everyone could smell the intense odor of alcohol emanating from his body. He walked wobbly to this throne while muttering, "I hope one of these people can make me swing my sword a 2nd time. Oh, I miss the old days." Although his voice was soft to the point of being inaudible, with all the cultivation of all the people present, they could hear him. So, a bunch of people gave him killing stares. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang did not care or was too drunk to. The 3rd spot goes to Yi Dafu from the primordial demon world, a demon with 2 innate demons' bloodline, the 3-eyed stone monkey and disaster monkey. A monkey wearing dark and gold armor, holding a red pole on his shoulder, looked at the people in the room. "Your father is only 3rd? I want to see who is so bold to be above this monkey. Anyway, they will taste my staff." After saying that, he jumped in the air, did a flip, and landed on his chair. Many people looked at him with a severe look. The 3-eyed spiritual monkey and the disaster monkey were 2 innate demons known for their extreme battle prowess. Back in that era, in some world communities, they were the leader of innate demons instead of dragons and phoenixes. Now, they actually met someone with both these bloodlines, and he could only be ranked 3rd. Everyone wanted to know who was above him. In the 2nd place, we have Wang Wei from the Myriad Emperor world, owner of the Fate Puppeteer physique that he created himself and acknowledged by Heavenly Tao. On top of all that, he is a true power Tao powerhouse of the 2nd level. Wang Wei walked to his spot, already expecting this outcome. He sat on his throne, looking at the monkey, giving him a fierce gaze. For a brief moment, he thought this monkey was Sun Wuken's clone or something because of how he behaved himself. Muley looked at his new commercial partner with a slight surprise, as he did not expect the latter to be this powerful. He is also a true power Dao cultivator, but he has only recently entered the first level and slowly walking his way up. But to his surprise, he found someone in the same generation as him already in the second level. His fighting spirit suddenly elevated. He did not think he would lose despite the difference. After all, the true power Dao only determined pure physical force and did not consider things like energy, law, spells, and battle IQ. He does not think he would lose to anyone. The Lord Spirit ignored these people's chatter about how one could acquire their own heavenly physique and revealed the final seeded player. Chu Luo from the Emperor Dao world. An emperor child, born from two great emperors as parents. That is all I have to say about him. Chu Luo calmly walked to his seat, not minding other people's chatter. Although he had no facial expression, his body naturally emitted an arrogant and prideful aura, and no one would argue he did not deserve to be prideful. Emperor offsprings are very rare because it is difficult for an immortal creature to procreate with a mortal. At the same time, it is 1,000 times, if not more, challenging for two immortal creatures to give birth to offspring, especially in the lower dimension with how the world functions. So, for Chu Luo to be created, it is very likely that his parents would have been from different world communities and met and fell in love before luckily making him. I would like to preface that the seeded players were chosen based on talent and potential displayed during their rise. Many people have been hiding their strength, and we also acknowledge our decision might be wrong. Hence, the reason you can challenge these individuals and take the token from them. The participants understood the reasoning behind Lord Spirit's words. For example, the primordial chaos physique should be way higher in this list based on potential, but since there has been no news or information about it since its appearance, it was ranked on the lower side. However, these people also know that Lord Spirit was also saying these words to remove any accountability on their part and encourage them to fight each other. Are there any rules about killing? Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and it was Yi Tweezy from the Demon Supremacy world, also called Young Master Yi. He looked like an ordinary person except for his tiger pupils. An aura of fury could be seen emanating from him. A few people knew the reason for his anger. According to their information, Young Master Yi was a Dao child born to two Dao ancestors. So, he was obviously not happy about not becoming a seeded player. We will not intervene in any of the conflicts between the participants. So, your lives are in your hands, replied Lord Spirit. Excellent, said Young Master Yi, looking at the seated players, focusing on the humans and not hiding his hatred and disgust. Then, his eyes focused on Wang Wei before snorting coldly. Young Master Yi was not the only person not happy with Wang Wei's second position. There was an immortal child named Shi Qian, born from two immortal venerable, and she felt she deserved the second spot, especially since she was a member of the light race who fed on positive karma. Then, a group from the barbarian race felt an uncontrollable hatred for Wang Wei, but they could not explain why. Even a member of the divine race, believed to be extinct after the Buddhist cataclysm, appeared in this trial. As Wang Wei sensed these malicious gazes, he smiled. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter 534 The Blessed Ones. Wang Wei heard the whispers about Yi Tweezy and the fact he was a Dao child. He wanted to know more information, so he secretly contacted Ancestor Wuching through Divine Sense. You want to know about these blessed people? Said Wang Wuching, his voice even containing slight envy. As you can guess, whether it is Emperor, Dao, or Immortal Child, their talents are out of this world. However, they are considered blessed people because of their unique abilities. Emperor and Dao Childs are born immortal. The moment they are conceived, they do not have to worry about lifespan, unless their parents sealed them. That made sense, commented Wang Wei. After all, they were born from two immortal beings or higher dimensional creatures. What about immortal childs? They are not immortal. They can live to the limit of mortal lifespan, which is 1 yuan epoch. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, but considering that 1 yuan epoch equaled 1,269 trillion years, these immortal children were essentially immortal since they did not have to worry much about lifespans. So, the highest lifespan any cultivation system can grant is 1 yuan epoch? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, but focus on the important thing. You're right. Please continue. Emperor children are also called born emperors in the lower dimension because all of them have one bloodline ability with the power of Tao ancestor. Throughout their life, they can only use it once. So, as long as they used it during their heaven will battle, they are guaranteed to win and prove the Tao. Exactly. Fate is truly unfair, said Wang Wei with a sigh. Why are you complaining? How high is your birth compared to 99% of most cultivators? Wang Wei was slightly embarrassed because of this, but he did not show up. Instead, he thought about emperor childs and the effect of their existence on any world. He guessed that most other factions would probably do anything possible to force these emperor childs to use their bloodline ability before the heaven will battle, unless their parents were still present and hiding in the lower dimension. At the same time, these emperor children could just hide and show up during the heaven will battle and take the heaven will for themselves. Of course, they would still need to cultivate and temper their Tao hearts. Otherwise, they would only become pseudo-emperors. Wang Wei then asked, what about Tao childs? They're born with a Tao source seed inside their bodies. When they reach the necessary cultivation realm, as long as they understand their own Tao, the seed will activate and they can become Tao ancestors. Still unfair. Wang Wuqing ignored his complaints before continuing. You should be careful. Some Tao children can sacrifice their Tao source seed to temporarily gain the power of 1 to 2 leaf immortal venerable. Although less than 1 in 1 million have the talent to do this, you should watch out. So, these Tao childs are all potential emperors, commented Wang Wei. Basically, Wang Wei guessed that maybe some people desired the Tao source seed inside their bodies. However, they should be safe since their parents probably live in the lower dimension. What about immortal childs? As for them, their ability is not to be shackled by the heaven will's karma. So, they can fight in each generation without the need of a great emperor to wash away karma for them. With their long lifespan, this is still a great ability, commented Wang Wei. I'm suddenly curious. Does our sect has or ever had one of these blessed individuals? We did. The Hell Judgment Emperor was a Tao child, and we have an immortal child still in his mother's womb. If he did not come along, he would have been our solution to the 9-emperor curse. The Hell Judgment Emperor was the Wang clan's 4th emperor and the sect's 7th great emperor. He lived during the Devil era and cultivated the Tao of Judgment, which significantly affected the Devil race because of their sins. Wang Wei suddenly realized the majority of the sect's emperors were during the Devil era. Qiyuan Emperor and Sword Emperor were during the Ancient Emperor era. Ancient Desolate Emperor, the 3rd emperor, was during the Incense era. The 4th emperor was Turtle Shell, the 5th Battle Maniac, the 6th emperor was the Miscellaneous Study, the 7th was the Hell Judgment Emperor, and the 8th the Shadow Ruler Emperor. From the 4th to the 8th, they were all during the Devil Emperor, most likely the result of the spirit of epic functioning. The Rainbow Emperor is the 9th, and she only appeared at the beginning of the Middle Emperor era, when the Enlightening Emperor Academy was rising. Most likely, the spirit of epic was already transferred to them. I can't believe how rare these people are that we only had 2 of them in our entire history, commented Wang Wei. If you count all of them that had shown up in the Myriad Emperor world, there are probably 10 or more, but would not reach 20. Don't these people have any things like bloodline restrictions, similar to the Divine League people? No. On the contrary, their parents' Tao will be engraved in their bloodline, similar to the law fragment of people with heavenly physiques. They can use it to understand their own Tao, or simply use it as bloodline abilities. Wang Wei sighed before asking something else. Thinking about the privilege of these blessed children makes him envious. How is the investigation of the Commerce Hub? I received news that Shadow 2 had just arrived and is investigating things. We have also begun to investigate the world some of these Heaven Chosens are from, but things are going slowly. The Shadow 2 mentioned in this conversation was not the one next to Wang Wei, but the shadow cultivated by the Rainbow Emperor using the Lord Shadow technique. Wang Wei knew the Rainbow Emperor was the only emperor who personally cultivated two insurgents, Shadow 2 and Rainbow 1. "All right," said Wang Wei before stopping the conversation. He then glanced at Jingwu Hua before continuing drinking at his second seat. Compared to Emperor Child's abilities, Emperor Offsprings seemed normal. Although Emperor Offsprings have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, have high talents, and even have some powerful divine abilities, it is nothing compared to Emperor Child's or Dao Child's. Their capabilities drastically decrease because one of their parents is immortal. In one of the dinner spots, a group of tall individuals looked intently at Wang Wei. The shortest was 5 meters, and the tallest was 2 meters. Young Master Taoyui, why do I feel this uncontrollable hatred for that man? Young Master Taoyui was the tallest of the group. He had a leather upper shirt made of animal hide. The shirt had no sleeve, showing his strong muscles and slightly tanned skin full of tattoos. He accompanied a shirt, long pants, high boots, and a white lion head on his right shoulder, serving as an accessory. With a calm look, he responded, "It's an aura of hatred ingrained deep in his bloodline. Most likely, his ancestors committed some atrocities to our barbarian kind." Taoyui looked at the person next to him. "Sister, what do you think we should do?" The person next to him was a woman dressed similarly. She had a leather shirt with no sleeve, displaying an exceptional pair of bosoms. She had a short skirt and a pair of long legs that were the perfect amount of muscular that could entice anyone, but not too muscular to appear manly. She had braids and beards in her hair and tattoos on her arms like her brother. In general, she had a wild and passionate beauty that was quite captivating. "Do you think you would accept being my husband?" asked Kudalin. "Be serious." "I am. You know, I will only marry someone who can withstand my strength, and he might be the one I'm looking for." "If you're seriously looking for a strong man, why don't you pick that Chuluo? Supposedly, he is the most powerful person here." "Him? He looked too feminine for my taste." "All right, be serious. What do you think we should do about this hatred? Should we attack him?" "We will attack, but not for this silly hatred. Whatever happened to the barbarian race in the Myriad Emperor world has nothing to do with our ancient spirit world," she replied calmly. "In that case, do we attack right after this dinner?" "Of course not. We must first observe how capable he is and try to gather as much information as possible. Furthermore, let's first test the sixth place before working our way up." All right. The dinner party continued for another hour before it ended. Then everybody became on guard, especially the seated players. Wang Wei and the others walked out of the venue before quickly separating their ways. Wang Wei walked to his mansion while expanding his innate shield to dozens of meters of the surrounding. In his way, many people attacked him to no avail. However, he was slightly surprised by the small number of attackers. However, after pondering about it briefly, everything made sense. All the heaven-chosen presents were the pinnacle of their world, so these guys would not make rash decisions despite the blatant provocation of the Lord Spirit. They will calm down and try to gather information on their competitors first. Li Jun sat next to a beautiful girl in one of the restaurants not far from the dinner party. "Mimi, drink more. Tonight, we will have fun." "Xiao Jun, you treat me the best," said the girl before gulping most of the drink in the bowl. "You know, I've been under much stress by Sect, even though they know I have no chance of winning the Heavenwell battle in this generation. None of us have a chance." "Oh, how so?" asked Li Jun while pouring more wine for her, knowing it was the right time he was waiting for. "It's that monster, Chu Luo," she said before gulping everything again, her face red and eyes blurred. "Do you know that he..." Chapter 535, Another 1-inch. "Do you know he is an old monster that has lived for a long time?" said Mimi. Well, he is an emperor child, so it's normal to have a long lifespan, said Li Jun. That's not it. For some reason, that monster would reincarnate himself, over and over and over and over. And why does he do that? Said Li Jun, cutting her tangent. I don't know. All I know is that in each reincarnation, Chu Luo will challenge all the heaven chosen right before the heaven will battle. He would defeat them, but never participate in the battle himself. How could your sect expect you to win against such a monster? I know, right? I knew you understood me best. Xiao Jun, don't they know even if you win, his parents could show up to make trouble for them? Said Li Jun. That's right. Well, I think his parents are long gone, since they have never appeared. Is that so? Li Jun said softly. One of his parents must have been from the Emperor Dao world. Do you know anything about them? Regrettably, Mimi had fallen asleep drunk, making Li Jun frown. He thought he had used the appropriate dose for a more extended conversation, but it appeared he overestimated her drinking capacities. After shaking his head, he left. He knew it was pointless to search the girl's soul, as a cultivator's natural danger instinct would activate and wake her up. So, he went straight home to give the information to Wang Wei. As expected, he is similar to Dition. Yes, and most likely, even more powerful since he is also an emperor child. Maybe, replied Wang Wei. His intuition told him that although they had both reincarnated many times and had a similar foundation, Dition was more powerful than Chu Luo. Logically, this made sense. After all, their level of tempering or law understanding might be different in each reincarnation. So, even if Chu Luo and Dition lived 9 lives and absorbed the strength of each life, their power would be different. Things are not looking too good for me, said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to check on his reincarnations. Only 2 of them reached the quasi-emperor realm and achieved their goals. But even those 2 have not finished tempering their bodies. He can borrow the strength of these 2 incarnations. Still, it was not enough to reach the strength of one leaf immortal venerable, let alone his prediction that all 9 incarnations' power could grant him the power of Dao Ancestor. He first checked on the space-time incarnation. The latter sat on a throne located inside the River of Time. Using this world's flaw, he began navigating through parallel timelines. This incarnation could experience the outcome if he made different decisions and the consequences of his actions. Furthermore, he could also bring back resources and knowledge from the different parallel timelines to the main one. Wang Wei sensed all the experience and law understanding of this incarnation. His understanding and control of space-time laws had drastically increased. Furthermore, since the incarnation got his memories back in the Supreme Realm, he developed many techniques that Wang Wei would have created himself. Main body, when are we fusing? The others are not even close to being ready yet, so we have to wait a while. You know, I still resent you for all my suffering when my memories were sealed. Wang Wei's projection shrugged his shoulder. If you don't suffer, how am I going to temper my state of mind and Dao heart? The space-time incarnation smacked his lips before ignoring the main body. For a moment, he forgot how shameless he could be. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled before projecting himself to another world using the Soul Network. As soon as his projection occurred, he closed his eyes and sensed something. As expected, without the River of Time flaw, I cannot travel to parallel timelines. I can see some of them, but not physically travel there. Wang Wei then traveled to a few other worlds, including some in the martial supremacy world community, to ensure the correct conclusions. Unfortunately, it was... Finally, he checked on the second and currently most powerful incarnation, the free will incarnation. Once this incarnation reached a specific strength, Wang Wei dropped him into a great 1,000 world like the others. Well, this guy is technically stronger than me now, thought Wang Wei when he sensed the latter's power. It had already condensed black holes in the primary 1962 acupoints and was currently opening the artificial ones. How is your mission going? More difficult than I anticipated, replied the incarnation, who also sat on a throne inside the River of Fate. I've tried many things to completely remove the River of Fate's influence on this world and grant the people's freedom, But every time I'm close to success, the main branch of the Fate River will intervene and stop me. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. How about you start from a low, great thousand world? Better yet, found a mortal world. Their river of fate should be even weaker. Mortal worlds were worlds with no spiritual energy, hence no capabilities for people to cultivate. Only mortals and ordinary live there. Most mortal worlds are the result of low thousand worlds being destroyed for some reason, and they are incredibly fragile and could be eradicated at any moment. I already thought of that and sent people to search for one. However, without your divination ability, it's not so easy to find any worlds in the endless void. Wang Wei nodded before using the soul network and divination to find a few mortal worlds for the free will incarnation. After giving the latter the coordinates, he ended his projection and returned to the trial. He suddenly gathered all the strength and power of these two incarnations. Wang Wei has never been so strong before. The current him could slap the previous him to oblivion. He sighed out loud before dispersing the incarnation's power. The only advantage I have is time. The longer this trial takes, the more time I have for my incarnations to grow up. Afterward, he checked on the other incarnations. They had all just entered primordial spirit realm and tempered their blood. I still need the resource group for one last incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. He then used his sect master's token to mobilize a few immortal powerhouses. He tasked them to control the time acceleration arrays where his incarnations were instead of leaving them to operate independently. With his previous time crystals and these immortal powerhouses, he could drastically reduce the time needed. Then, Wang Wei spent the next few days inside his manor. He ignored all the attacks on the mansion's array or their curse words to anger and lured him out. Meanwhile, Li Jun would often go out to fight these people. Then, one day, he sensed a large explosion not far from his mansion. After checking outside, he walked out. "So sure," he thought as he looked at the person fighting in the sky. Demon Supremacy Residence. Yi Tweezy had a terrible aura on his body as he looked at the humanoid chameleon kneeling before him. How was the result? We have failed to infiltrate the Myriad Emperor world. Why? For some reason, the factions there have banded together to prevent outside fluence from easily getting inside. Yi Tweezy frowned as he pondered deeply. He analyzed the situation before concluding this should be related to the actions other planes took that resulted in the creation of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. So, the people of the Myriad Emperor world are now on guard, he thought. Is there any way to infiltrate? There is, but it will take some time. How long? According to our estimate, at least 6 months. That's too long, said Yi Tweezy as he did not want to wait so long. He could barely accept not being as good the Emperor child, but he would never accept someone else to get the second position. Young master, if I may say something, speak. It is obvious the Lord Spirit wants you to go after this Wang Wei. Of course, Yi Tweezy knew this. With his talent, how could he not be a seeded player? Nevertheless, his pride would not allow him to accept such disrespect, especially from a human. The Myriad Emperor world should have members of the Demon Clan, right? Highly possible. In that case, tell my father to go borrow the bloodline mirror for me. I should be able to contact the Demon Clan there and learn some information. As you command. The chameleon disappeared before returning a few hours later, bringing a blood mirror with designs of animals on its back. You can leave now. Young master, you should know even with your status, the Demon Supremacy Alliance will not allow you to use such a high-level chaos treasure without surveillance. Yi Tweezy frowned with annoyance, but did not say anything more. He took a drop of blood from his body and used it to activate the mirror, then used his divine sense to impute the Myriad Emperor world's coordinate. A few minutes later, a face appeared in the mirror. Who are you? How did you contact me and bypass our tribe's formation? Yi Tweezy did not waste time. He displayed his bloodline aura and transmitted it to the person on the other side. Such pure and noble bloodline. Your Excellency, I'm the Black Tiger Tribe's chief. And who might you be? I am the next patriarch of the Hell Tiger Clan, Yi Tweezy. I need some information from you. Then, The two chatted for over half an hour before ending their communication. However, Yi Tweezy was not happy. Although he gathered the information he needed, he failed to establish diplomatic relations with the myriad Emperor World's demon clan. When he brought the topic up, he could see the slight fear in the latter's eyes. The fear of humans. How disgusting. With this brief interaction, he could summarize how terrible the lies of the demon race were in that world and how much they were oppressed. It does not matter. I can still take my time for the alliance. As for this Wang Wei, although he is powerful, it is not enough for me to be too weary. Suddenly, Yi Tweezy felt something and walked out of his mansion. Someone from the myriad Emperor world is fighting the barbarians? This should be fun. Chapter 536, Su Shi versus Barbarian Siblings Wang. Wei looked at Li Jun, who had just landed next to him. He was in terrible shape. He had blood all over his face and bare upper body. He had purple spots on his left arm, indicating someone had poisoned him. How are you in such a terrible state? Hee, these participants are crazy. They'll do anything to kill people in their ways, Li Jun said with excitement. After seeing this fighting madman enjoying himself, Wang Wei ignored him and focused on Su Shi's battle. The two barbarian leaders, Tal Yui and Kudalin, stood before her, displaying aggressive auras. So, you guys think I'm a soft persimmon you can pinch easily? Su Shi said, releasing an ancient aura full of power, vicissitudes, and nobility, a primordial aura. Yes, we do, replied Kudalin. Brother. Then, the two rushed toward her. Tal Yui punched her in the face while his sister went for a kick on the ribs. Unfortunately for them, a black aura naturally came out of Su Shi's body and bounced their attacks back, sending them flying away a few meters away. They immediately frowned as they sensed that the aura injured the part of their bodies touched. The injury was not severe and instantly healed because of their fleshly body. It was still abnormal. The two siblings looked at each other and communicated through their eyes. Immediately afterward, they went on the offensive again. This time, they mobilized their fleshly Bodis blood energy to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Su Shi did not want to fight for long with these people and revealed all her abilities. She opened her mouth to sing a beautiful and melodic piece of music. Blood spilled from Tal Yui and Kuchelin's eyes as the sound wave from Su Shi's voice instantly destroyed their eardrums and even attacked their brains directly. Despite the tremendous pain of this attack, Tal Yui summoned a giant bow more than one, 5 meters long. He pulled the strings, and his muscles bulged in the process, showing how difficult of a process. Swish! The arrow traveled countless times the speed of light, heading straight for Su Shi's throat. She flew in the sky to evade without stopping to sing. Nevertheless, the arrow followed her. So, she changed direction many times in the sky, but to no avail. In the end, she slapped the arrow away. At that exact moment, Kudalin replaced the arrow's position, holding a black axe and slashing it down. Boom! Su Shi crashed to the ground, destroying numerous houses in the city. However, after the dust of her crash blew away, she appeared before everyone, not even a scratch on her beautiful skin. She raised her head to look at the two calmly. Then, her surroundings seemed blurry, as if the passage of time was slowed down. Then, she suddenly appeared next to Kudalin to punch her. However, the barbarian reacted in time and disappeared. Shadow displacement. So, her main Tao is law, thought Su Shi, who did not stop her punching her action despite her opponent already gone. Then, something magical occurred. The spot where Kudalin disappeared suddenly changed, and she reappeared right before Su Shi's punch. Time reversal? Her last thought was before her head exploded due to the punch, and her body crashed to the ground. At the same time, Tal Yui's arrow hit Su Shi's heart. However, it did no damage. The moment the arrow came a few seconds close to touching her clothes, it decayed and disappeared since it was made from Tal Yui's energy. Sister, we can no longer hold back. suddenly yelled Taoyui as the tattoos on his arm lit up. Then, a dragon-like creature appeared behind him. It had a pair of wings, a deer's head, and a snake's tail. Philian, thought all the spectators. It is common knowledge that most demon races came from innate demons. As such, there is a particular group of demon races called primogenitor demon. They were the first demon clan created by the innate demons and were crucial to the innate acquire war. Many people believe the primogenitor demons to be the perfect combination of innate and acquired life forms. And during the war, many of them sided with the acquired species and became a real problem after acquiring the Heaven Will. Their contribution to the war was on par with degraded demons, innate demons who abandoned their innate nature to become acquired races. Many of them did that to infiltrate the Heaven Will worlds where only acquired races could prove the Tao and weaken that side. Others did it to escape the shackles of being an innate life form. For example, three-legged golden crows are degraded demons. However, they usually do not like that name to refer to themselves. Meanwhile, an enormous wolf with black fur and a snake for a tail appeared above where Kudalin landed. The wolf's fur appeared as if they were constructed from shadows themselves. Shadow Snake Wolf, another primogenitor demon. Kudalin flew to the sky, her tattoos glowing and her head perfectly intact. The Shadow Snake Wolf turned into a picture rune on her chest, and Taoyui did the same. Suddenly, the aura of these two increased. Winged god arrows. In many worlds, different races refer to Philian as the god of wind. Today, Taoyui showed the reason. Thousands of arrows descended on Su Shi at speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, once they arrived before her, they turned into these enormous tornadoes capable of destroying all matter, energy, and even laws. They could destroy worlds. Nevertheless, she remained calm as she had the utmost faith in her husband's primal chaos art. However, she did not want to reveal the extent of her fleshly body for now, so she waved her hand. Then, all these arrows stopped midway in motion as she had reverted them to their state of inertia. Suddenly, Su Shi frowned as she sensed something directly attacking her soul and ignoring her Buddhist defense. Numerous tentacles suddenly appeared inside her sea of consciousness and attacked her primordial spirit, controlling the shadows created by soul. What an ingenious application of shadow law. I should not underestimate my opponent. A bright light appeared in her sea of consciousness, dispersing all the shadows, which tried to fight off the light to no avail. All of these actions occurred in a blink of an eye, but it was still enough time for the barbarian siblings to go on the offensive. Spatial wind arrow. Taoyui's arrow bent space-time as it traveled toward his opponent. The ripple created by bending space-time generated wind made of space itself that could shred any matter, energy, or spiritual power. Shadow confinement. A black dome covered Su Shi to prevent her escape, but the arrow easily passed through it. Nevertheless, she remained composed. The siblings sensed a terrible danger right before the arrow hit her, but it was too late for them to react. They suddenly found themselves inside the black dome, facing Taoyui's arrow, while their opponent was outside. Boom! The black dome exploded, and the siblings fell from the sky, their bodies mutilated and their souls injured. Everyone knew they would not get back up. "What exactly did she do?" asked Li Jun. I could sense the subtle power of time, but I could not completely detect her actions. Time exchange. She exchanged their time to achieve spatial displacement. With your reaction speed, you would not fall for this move. The siblings underestimated her. I see. Can you do that? Of course, and I can even do it better. Wang Wei was not lying. He could use space, time, fate, and even shadows to achieve the same effect. Do you think I can beat her in a fight? I honestly do not know. She seems to be hiding a lot of things. Wang Wei then looked at the barbarian siblings. He could see the unwillingness on Kuchelin's face. She regretted not being able to use her full power and even her trump card. I hope she gets her chance at revenge. For Wang Wei, The more the myriad Emperor worlds people fought, the better for him since he could gather information about them. Although he did not consider most of his competitors a threat, he would not let his guard down before the final battle. Looking at the injured siblings, he took the opportunity while they were weak and helpless to read their fate lines and gather some information. The ancient spirit world is interesting, including their cultivation system. Did you find something? Yes. There is a unique dimension where many spirits of fallen demon races will be born. After tempering their bodies to a certain level, the cultivators in that world will journey through the ancient spirit realm to defeat and subdue a spirit that can even help them comprehend laws. That's indeed unique. What level of spirits is there? Apparently, there are even innate gods and great emperors who became spirits. However, it seems that few people could acquire them. Isn't that a little too overpowered? I'm sure there are some limitations. Plus, I bet some great emperors are using this as a method to resurrect themselves. That makes sense. Then, the two looked in the same direction as someone approached them. So, young Master Yi, you can no longer wait. Why would I need to wait for a human like you? You say that. Yet you waited a week before taking action, replied Wang Wei casually. Chapter 537 Dao, Child's Provocation. Wang Wei looked up and down at this person, and his mouth almost twitched. He sensed a unique aura from this Ituji. It was the aura of an outlaw. This person cultivated an outlaw Dao, but he had not passed his trial yet. So, am I his trial? Thought Wang Wei. He quickly divined the secrets of heaven. He was not necessarily Yi Tuizi's trial, but someone in this trial was. So, it could be him or any of the other heaven chosen. However, considering everyone's displayed strength and potential, could be him or Chu Luo. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind as he pondered whether to confront Yi Tuizi or just hide. He did not want to be heavenly Dao's pawn. As for his reputation of running away from a battle, he did not care about such a thing. After all, the trial's rules only implied it was forbidden to run away. There were no rules that expressly prohibited such an act. While these two titans were about to clash, the situation on Su Shi's side suddenly changed. Someone else appeared before her, most likely intending to challenge her too. Shi Qian, don't you feel any shame targeting me after depleting my stamina? Su Shi said, you should understand that this trial's rules are the same as the heaven will battle. Anything goes. Plus, are you exhausted? Where is your pride as an immortal child? Pride? Can I eat it? Can it make me stronger? Su Shi squinted her eyes, looking at this so openly shameless woman. Many thoughts flashed across her mind as she analyzed the situation. Then, without hesitation, she took her token and threw it to Shi Qian, an act that surprised her. This was a calculated move on Su Shi's part. The sixth-seated place was unique, as too many vied for this position. Although she had confidence in herself, she did not want to reveal too much of her strength before she saw how the other parts of the competition took place. Of course, Su Shi would not give up this trial. The deceiving heaven longevity art was too valuable for her. She did not want this technique to contribute to another insurgent technique in the academy. Her true goal was to use this technique to deceive heaven that her husband had passed the outlaw trial and revived him using this method. If not, at least deceive heavens that he failed his trial but survived. Su Shi did not know whether this technique could accomplish something like this. However, this was her first chance at reviving him. So, she wanted to try no matter what. So, she gave Shi Qian one last look before returning to her mansion and activating the arrays. No matter what, she would retake the token, possibly one of an even higher place. Su Shi's actions surprised Shi Qian along with many people. However, after a brief analysis, many people realized this was a genius move. At this point in the trial, all the seeded tokens are nothing but hot potatoes. Other competitors can attack seeded players, but even they can only defend their position. So, As of now, they have a weaker hand. Shi Qian looked at the token in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. Like Su Shi, she did not want the final scripture because of its implications for her factions or family. She wanted to see if she could deceive heavens that she was a Dao child that could control their Dao source seed, or even an emperor child. Typically, such heaven-defying method should not be possible. The enormous gap between mortals and immortals would make it impossible for a mortal, no matter how talented, to deceive heavens that he was an immortal child or another blessed one. True heavenly Tao has always been very strict regarding things such as this. However, as one of the three blessed beings, she believed she had a chance at succeeding. And once she does, she is guaranteed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor. After thinking about all of these, Shi Qian looked at her surrounding, waiting to see if anyone would challenge her. However, no one did, so as they focused on the confrontation between Wang Wei and Yi Tuizi. In this brief distraction, Wang Wei had already made a decision regarding this battle. He received a hint that the quickest way to gather the resources needed for this final incarnation was through this young Master Yi. So, he could not resist the temptation. Nevertheless, he also needed to be cautious. He looked at the killing intent emanating from Yi Tuizi, and Wang Wei cracked his neck. It's been a while since he let loose, and he had the chance now, especially since the trial space was strengthened to withstand all their powers. Otherwise, Su Shi's previous battle would have created devastating destruction to the surrounding. I genuinely hate it when I see confident humans like you. Thinking how powerful most of your kind is in other worlds makes me sick. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Typically, he would try to understand his opponent's mindset, history, or background. But this time, he did not care. I don't like how you look at me, said Wang Wei. So, let's begin with your eyes. Before Yi Tuizi could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of him with speed beyond his reaction and time. Then, he ripped his eyeballs from their sockets. Young Master screamed out loud as he felt pain unlike he had ever experienced in his 1,000 years of life. How could he resist? After all, Wang Wei had not used his pain innate talent for a long time despite continuing to train this ability, so he can magnify the pain of all his attacks by factors of millions, if not more. As Wang Wei watched the eyeballs regenerate, he grabbed Yi Tuizi by the head and flew to the sky like he was holding a helpless chicken. In his flying paths, hundreds of blue stars appeared. Wang Wei used the star essence in his acupoints and mixed them with the chaos flame inside his heart to create these chaos stars. As he ran Yi Tuizi through the first one, the tiger demon screamed as the chaos flame burned every atom of his flesh, not even sparing his soul. But it was not the end. Wang Wei held him with a firm grip, preventing him from moving an inch before running him through close to 100 stars. Enough, roared Yi Tuizi, creating a shockwave that pushed Wang Wei away. At the same time, a yin breath emanated from his body as the blue star became encased in black ice. Yi Tuizi looked at his opponent, fury oozing from every pore in his body. The aura he released slightly bent the space around him. At this point, he only had half of his body left, while the other half had already turned into ashes. Young Master Yi opened his mouth to instantly swallowed 5 of the chaos stars before Wang Wei placed them away. Then, in an instant, his body regenerated. God of Death's judgment, a phantom of an enormous man with red skin, a long beard, and wearing a traditional black robe and a judge's cap with the 2 characters of King and Death. The phantom took out a book and a brush, looked deeply at Wang Wei before flipping to a page, and wrote his name. A bloodline divine ability? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this technique came from Yi Tuizi's body instead of something cast or used through law comprehension. A white light descended from the sky and enveloped Wang Wei. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing else happened. Try to judge my sins based on karma? Shouldn't you know better after what happened during the dinner? Said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He waved his hand to manifest an enormous hand that ripped the book and brush from his phantom's hand. Then, the hand wrote a name in the book. Yi Tuizi's face became ugly after seeing this, and quickly deactivated his bloodline ability. Unfortunately, it was slightly too late, so he suffered backlash by vomiting a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became paler. Wang Wei once again appeared before him and kicked him straight in his face, sending him crashing to the ground. I must say, you truly have one of these faces that people simply want to stomp on. Everything became eerily quiet for a moment before loud waves of laughter echoed throughout the city. The people watching, especially the humans, could not help laughing after hearing this. None of them liked how these demons from the demon supremacy world treated humans, and they were weary of their ideologies of suppressing and eradicating humans. So it brought them great joy to see Tweezy mistreated like this. "Screw all of you," roared young Master Yi as his overwhelming hatred suppressed the unsurmountable pain he currently felt. An ugly creature suddenly appeared behind him. It was only a head with red eyes and wrinkles resembling scales. The creature then opened its mouth wider than a python, trying to swallow an elephant, displaying all its fangs. There were thousands of them, making people wonder if they all fit inside. Tao Tai was the name that appeared on everybody's mind. Chapter 538, The Unorthodox Wei Taoties were a unique race throughout the endless void because of how they were born. Most worlds followed the same path of development after their inceptions. There were disorder, chaos, qi all over these worlds, making it impossible for any life forms to be born. After many years, the disorder chaos qi became orderly chaos qi, and heavenly Tao created the first innate life forms. A few required chaos qi to be bred, but they are still considered innate life forms. Now, Taotais are different. They are creatures directly bred from the disorder chaos qi and, as such, are considered chaos life forms. Very few creatures are considered chaos life forms in the endless void. The number could probably be counted on one hand. However, they usually have a few things in common. They are extremely powerful and uncontrollable. They can all be described as mad, living only for the desire of destruction. The Taotai summoned by Yi Tweezy opened its mouth and swallowed everything and everyone within 100 meters diameter around him. The houses, people, and spiritual energy. The weak participants, the aid they brought, and the aid the trial gave all participants could not resist or react in time as the mouth devoured their flesh, blood, and soul. A little provocation and this guy turns almost everyone against him, thought Wang Wei. So far, there's been an unwritten rule not to involve innocent people like the maid or the people working in the city in this competition. But Yi Tweezy did not care and broke the rule. Many people Euro, including his kind from other worlds Euro, will officially turn him during this competition. With just one move, he becomes alienated. Wang Wei looked at the Taotai with calmness. He was not scared since he knew it was not the real thing. Otherwise, he would have run away and called for his ancestor. The beast was only a manifestation of Yi Tweezy's law of devouring. Yi Tweezy healed his cracked skull and took a deep breath to calm down. Then his body morphed into a tiger the size of a mountain with red stripes on its back and 2 bull horns. He disappeared before reappearing in front of Wang Wei. The Taotai behind him opened its mouth with the intent of swallowing the small thing in front of him. After calming down, Yi Tuji realized this was an opportunity for him. His strength would drastically increase as long as he could swallow this human. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had plenty of time to think. Gravity is a part of the devouring Tao. So, he used its power to pull and fold space and achieve teleportation. These heaven chosens are nothing to scoff. Small luminous dots appeared in different spots on his body. Knowledgeable individuals knew these were the physical manifestations of his acupoints. Then, a terrifying swallowing power came from Wang Wei's body, canceling Yi Tweezy's before he punched the tiger. Boom! The surrounding space bent as shockwaves travels outward a few dozens of meters. However, this attack did no damage to Yi Tweezy as he devoured the force behind the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei's keen senses detected that the latter's fleshly body suddenly became more powerful. Albeit the increase was well hidden, he could still detect it. The increase in strength is too large, thought Wang Wei. Although the law of devour could devour everything to help its user's development, there is still a limit based on the individual. And according to his calculation, Yi Tuizi's growth exceeded his limit. He punched the tiger again with the same outcome. Nevertheless, he still learned something. His devouring Tao also involves something similar to growth law or evolution law, which allows him to better digest the things he swallowed. A perfect combination, if I say so myself. Yi Tuizi raised his sharp claws, slashing at Wang Wei's face. Crack! Young Master Ye's face became ugly to look at. His claw Suro, which could easily slash through neutron star Suro, broke as they clashed with his opponent's face. Wang Wei raised his hand to punch him for the third time, this time using the power of fate. Boom! Yi Tuizi flew away before crashing to the floor. When Wang Wei's fist touched him, he used fate law to determine the limit of his opponent's absorption power. Then, the attack finally succeeded once the force behind his punch exceeded that limit. Tao Overlord, thought Chu Luo, who was watching the battle in the distance like many others. Deep in his eyes was slight envy. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi quickly stood up from the ground, even going on the offensive. Bloodline divine ability, hell suppression. He appeared in front of his opponent and slammed down with his paw, while the latter raised one hand to block crack. Small space cracks appeared underneath Wang Wei's feet, and with each second, the cracks expanded in size. His mass and weight can increase infinitely, thought Wang Wei as he felt the tiger's weight become drastically higher with each passing second. Based on his calculator, his fleshly body would not be able to bear it in half a minute. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond. He had many ways to deal with the situation. Use fate to limit the mass increase. Use time to keep reverting it to weight that he could bear, or use yin-yang to make it so that his opponent became lighter with each passing second. In the end, he chose a not-so-revealing method. He pretended he was struggling to block the attack. And at the exact moment, Yi Tuizi's mass reached the limit of his fleshly body. He activated the gluttony, swallowing scripture to absorb all the tiger's mass and weight, and convert it into energy to increase the size of the more than 500 supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. Wang Wei felt it. In just a few seconds, he increases his from 25,000 dragon elephant force to 50,000. So now he could destroy 50 million middle thousand worlds with one punch. Regrettably, he was still in the second layer of the true power Tao realm. At the same time, Wang Wei quickly sealed his increased strength since he felt he did not have proper control. Meanwhile, Yi Tuizi's black fur became slightly pale after having his strength swallowed. More importantly, he felt humiliated losing to someone else regarding the laws of devour. Nevertheless, he acted quickly. He used the store power he kept in case of emergency to return to his peak state before continuing attacking. Bloodline Domain, Lord of Hell. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world around him change. He was no longer inside the trial city, floating in the air. He was now standing in a pool of lava. He could feel a creepy wind blowing around, containing the sound of grieving souls. Ordinary cultivators would have their spirit and soul affected by the wind and sound, but he did not care. Above his head was an enormous wheel with the character Good and Evil displaying its might. A terrifying, devouring power emanated from everywhere, trying to devour everything that makes up his existence. The laws inside his body became extremely difficult to mobilize, the same for the origin essence inside his divine sea. If it was not for the quality of his soul, he sensed that even his spiritual power would have difficulty being used. A domain that combined his bloodline and his law, thought Wang Wei, looking in the distance where Yi Tuizi had a humanoid shape, sitting on a throne with a book and pen floating before him. Without wasting time, he ordered his army composed of creatures with ox heads and horse faces to attack his opponent. In his domain, these creatures were endless, and as long as he could tire his opponent, he could swallow him. Wang Wei quickly analyzed the situation before deciding to use overwhelming force to break this domain. After all, the environment was literally working against him. However, he stopped as he suddenly had a divine hint to use the power of a domain as well to break free. He knew these hints were a manifestation of his luck and destiny laws. They would give suggestions to do things that would be beneficial to him. So, Wang Wei wrapped his body with a slight power from the free will incarnation's domain and became free from the restriction of a domain. With this method, he quickly escaped Yi Tuizi's bloodline domain. In the distance, Chu Luo squinted his eyes after seeing the method Wang Wei used to escape. The unorthodox method of the Nine Extremities Foundation, he muttered. Suddenly, the second-seeded player became an eyesore as he remembered two of his greatest failures. His parents informed him of the Nine Extremities Foundation as they encouraged him to walk that difficult path. They first suggested he use the unorthodox way since it was less time-consuming. They told him the 3 requirements for using this method. Firstly, the soul must be of sufficient quality. As an emperor child, and with his parents' resources, he quickly met the requirement. The second requirement was to enter the Duyi realm. After learning about this secret cultivation realm, he developed a way to reach it, and with the protection of his parents, divine punishment thunder was not a big deal. Where he failed was the last requirement, having a tiny amount of understanding about his existence. He did not need the level required to be an eternal emperor, but enough so that when he fused with the other clones, there would be no problem, backlash, or loss of strength. Unfortunately, even after his father Ro, pseudo-eternal Emperor Ro, preached his understanding of existence to him, he could not comprehend anything. His parents did not blame him, since it is rare for anyone to understand anything regarding existence without the heavenly will presenting the concept to any individual. To do so beforehand would require not only immense comprehension, but also luck and maybe even the perfect environment. Nevertheless, Chu Luo never forgets the fleeting disappointment in his parents' eyes when he failed after numerous attempts. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use the orthodox method and reincarnate himself over and over while condensing a unique Tao inheritancy that contained all his strength, bloodline, comprehension, etc. before absorbing it in his subsequent lives. Chapter 539 Survive. Yi Tuizi rushed out of his domain, heading straight for his opponent. Despite not being inside, the domain still boosted all his strength. It only lost the effect of suppressing his opponent. Then, the Black Tiger's eyes suddenly glowed red. Bloodline ability. Avasi Hell. Wang Wei then saw an illusion of countless demons tormenting his soul. So, he secretly shook his head. Most people who fight him could see the anomaly of his soul after one attempt and be wise not to fight him on this field. Yet this arrogant little demon seemed not to learn anything from the beginning of this fight. Wang Wei snorted coldly, and a deep power from his sea of consciousness instantly destroyed the illusion. At the same time, Yi Tuizi's eyes began to bleed because of the backlash of his failed attack. "Let's end this charade," said Wang Wei as he condensed a spear made of origin essence. Boom! The air exploded as he threw the projectile with unimaginable force. The clouds in the sky scat because of the sheer power of the throw, and as the spear traveled to its destination, it left a trail where space-time curved. Yi Tuizi's pupils dilated as he watched death rapidly approach him. Everything began to move in slow motion so that he could see every detail of the spear's trajectory. Unfortunately, his body could not move. Move, damn it, move. This can't be the end. It was pointless. His mind could react, but not his body. As the spear approached a meter from his body, the fear of death almost overwhelmed him. Then, Yi Tuizi heard a roaring voice. "Are you going to lose to a mere human? Where's your pride?" A roar of anger and frustration resonated deep in his soul. Then, Yi Tuizi's aura suddenly increased, becoming nobler, more ethereal, more immortal-like. Then, at the last possible second, he transformed into his human form to avoid the spear. "Can't be," thought Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. "I should thank you," said Yi Tweezy with newfound confidence and calmness. "So, you've acquired control of your Tao Source Seed?" "Indeed. It seems that it is true what they say. There is a power of sublimation between life and death," replied Yi Tweezy as he clenched his hand, feeling the surge in power. After gaining control of the seed, it released an immortal aura that drastically increased his strength. "In that case, let's end this pointless battle," Wang Wei said calmly. "Do you know how to be scared now? Scared? Do you think you're my opponent now? Unless you're willing to sacrifice that seed." Yi Tweezy looked at him with intense, killing intent. "Are you serious? You're throwing away your chance at proving the Tao for what? Pride? No one can insult me and live long to tell the tale, especially not a human." Bang! A terrifying aura emanated from his body that shook the entire city. All the Heaven Chosen watching the fight were forced to kneel on the ground by the overwhelming power of that aura. Everyone except Chu Luo. These arrogant geniuses tried to resist. To them, they would never bow to anyone, even an immortal. Regrettably, they did not have the strength to back up their pride. Yi Tweezy waved his hand to manifest an enormous black tiger paw that descended from the heavens like a god punishing mortals by squashing them as easily as bugs. Boom! The place where the paw landed exploded, generating a powerful shockwave that annihilated all matters, energy, laws, and concept above the trial city. "Is this the power of a mortal?" thought Shi Qian, who also knelt on the ground. "I must have that power." She felt it was a shame that the second-seeded player would encounter such an opponent. Otherwise, based on the displayed strength, he would have probably made a mighty emperor. Many people felt the same way as her. The Heaven Chosens lamented how unlucky this Wang Wei was. At the same time, they also became elated since Yi Tweezy no longer had this power. Now, they only had to worry about the first-seeded player. They hoped he was not foolish enough to destroy his future for a short gain, such as this inheritance. The dark clouds generated by the explosion blew away, and everyone watching this fight had their eyeballs bigger than their forehead. A person in terrible shape floating in the air. His left arm and right eyes were missing and had burn marks on different parts of his face. Additionally, he had a large hole in his stomach where his organs and golden spine were visible. Wang Wei calmly looked at Yi Tweezy, and everyone could sense the fury emanating from his body. Some people even felt he was releasing pressure on par with the previously boosted Yi Tweezy. Impossible. How could you survive the full blow of one leaf, immortal venerable? Only Wang Wei knew how much effort he used to survive that attack. He knew he could not directly block this attack or reduce its power. So, he focused all his attention on survival. He used time laws to constantly revert himself to his peak state. He encased himself with a luck probability field to ensure something would go wrong, and this attack would do the weakest damage to himself. He blessed his destiny with that of someone who survived an attack from an immortal tier powerhouse. He used the cycle of yin and yang to form a powerful shield to protect him. And whenever he came close to death, he used samsara laws to convert his death state to a living state. Furthermore, he connected his fate to someone close to him, Ancestor Wuching, and transferred much of the attack's damage to him. Despite all of this, he almost died. Honestly, if he did not use the last week to ask the Sex Immortal Powerhouse to ensure that the third incarnation reached the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he knew he would have still died. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he sensed his body. Although the attack had the strength of an immortal venerable, it did not have immortal chi that would hinder his healing. So, in a few seconds, he returned to his peak physical state. He even activated the runes in his clothes to regrow them back. Then, he instantly appeared before Yi Tweezy. As the tiger demon looked at those gray eyes, he felt a fear embedded deep in his bloodline. It was the fear when humans used to be the ones at the top of the food chain. His instinct took over, and he wanted to run away. However, he was unable to move as the space itself restrained him. Wang Wei did not waste his time as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Yi Tuzi's face. He punched the latter more than 1,000,000,000 times in less than a second without holding back. Hyena's screams of agony echoed throughout the city. The sound was worse than a pig being butchered. Oddly, Yi Tuzi's head remained intact despite all these punches. And this was not an accident. Wang Wei used his own power to reinforce the tiger's head so he could withstand his punches. The beating continued for 5 minutes straight, with him punching more than 1,000,000 times in 1 second. So, for the next 5 minutes, these heaven chosens had to hear the demon squealing as if he had worked on his brother having sex with his wife. It was simply heartbroken. 5 minutes later, Wang Wei stopped as he took a deep breath to calm down. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. A white light emanated from Yi Tuzi's body and entered his mouth. He absorbed the latter's lifespan. Now, what will happen if I absorb the lifespan of an immortal creature? Let's find out, thought Wang Wei. Not long. He discovered his answer. He could only absorb 1 yuan epoch of lifespan, a total of 269 trillion years. Then Yi Tuzi dried up like a mummy. He is still immortal, but his Tao foundation is destroyed, thought Wang Wei as he observed him. Now, he needed to know what to do with him. Yi Tuzi must die, but he cannot die in his hand. The demon supremacy world is very aggressive toward human-dominated worlds. So, based on the information he gathered by reading Yi Tuzi's fate line, they will definitely use this opportunity to invade the Myriad Emperor world. They have done this before. Although the different demon tribes often fought with each other, they were incredibly united in their hatred and opposition to the human race. Usually, the Myriad Emperor world would not fear any plane invasions. What Wang Wei worried about was that the demon supremacy world used the excuse that they were only after the Tao opening sect. With the political landscape of the Myriad Emperor world, the other sects might abandon their unity and let them invade just to weaken the Tao opening sect. And Wang Wei would not let that happen. At the same time, his fury must be appeased. So, Yi Tuzi must die, but not in his hands. So, he took a copy of the latter's soul imprints. After years of analyzing, he discovered this was what his soul network used to connect to other world communities. As long as he accesses the demon supremacy world community, he can plan for Yi Tuzi's death. All these thoughts quickly flashed across his mind as he made a decision. Then, he threw the tiger demon's body to the ground like he was throwing a rag. Then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and caught young Master Yi. He quickly checked his body and became relieved when he discovered that only his foundation had been destroyed. He then looked at Wang Wei. Every inch of his body wanted to slap this kid for what he did to his son. However, he could sense a terrifying aura locking him from the shadow. He knew if he made the wrong move, he would be annihilated. The middle-aged man sighed, lamenting his weakness that he was not an insurgent. After that, he disappeared without saying a word. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.